Hello, gang. Welcome to the stream. This is the Adrel Show. So for today's stream, we are going to be going back into MoP Remix. It's been a while since we've been in there. I think I burnt myself out a little bit the last time when we farmed up way too many heroic dungeons and had too many XP tokens sitting in our mailbox, way more than we needed to hit level 70. So things definitely pushed past where we needed them to be. But we're going back into MoP Remix today, and we are going to, first of all, we're going to spend all of the bronze that we farmed up on not only the characters that we were leveling, but also on our other alts and see how many of the cosmetics we still have left. We've already bought all of the mounts, we've already bought all the pets. It's really just the various transmog items that are left. I think we're probably going to start off by buying all of the remaining mythic appearances and the heroic appearances, the harder to get stuff, and then work our way down to the world drop items. Also, because for some of those, I think probably while we level some more characters, we're gonna unlock some of those appearances via the dungeon finder in any case, and probably also while we're running raids to try and power level those characters. But so we're gonna do that, and then we are finally going to get around to maxing out the gear on my remix main. I've had the bronze to do it for a while, and I just haven't gotten around to doing it because I wanted to do it on stream. So we're gonna do that. We're probably gonna take a couple of our characters. Well, we're gonna take that character once we're fully maxed out on our gear, as well as one of the characters on our second account, and run some heroics. See how soloing heroics feels with a completely maxed gear character. After that, depending on how we're doing on time, we may also try out another leveling method that's supposed to be even faster than the other one, than the other two that we've tried so far on stream. If you guys haven't seen those, check out my YouTube channel, and I have a short 11-minute video there explaining the two methods that we've tried already, as well as the full length actual runs that we did on stream as well. Each of those ended up taking about 3.5 hours, partially because things went wrong on both of them. I'm not the world's greatest speed runner, but realistically, I think going at a fairly chill pace the way I was, without having too many issues, and probably if you're playing during busier hours, you can easily get that done in 3 hours. If you want to push a little bit faster, probably 2.5 hours. And there are people out there who are able to do it in 2 hours as well. The new method supposedly should be a little bit quicker, because essentially it allows us to level a lot quicker between about level 35 and 60-ish, at which point we then open up all of our mail and go super quick from 60 to 70 in any case. But yeah, so that's everything that we have planned for the stream. If you're watching live, thank you for joining us, and let me drop a message in chat. Let me know how it's going. Let me know if there's any issues with the audio or the video. I have made some further tweaks there as well, so hopefully everything looks better there as well, and things are a lot smoother. All right, with that said, let's get into it. So, first things first, of course, as always, we're going to start off by just opening up our all of our auction house mail. We have continued to do the same thing, basically just crafting the Dragonflight PvP gear. Right, that's been selling super well for us. Just crafting it in bulk, and then most of the other stuff that we've gone through on stream as well. If you are wondering what I'm selling, check out my other streams on my YouTube channel or on the Twitch video on demands, where I've gone through those as well. But essentially, the first mailbox we have here is 204,000 gold, and just to do an update, we are at 28.7 million gold. We're hoping to hit at the very least 30 million gold prior to the War Within, just so we have a large war chest going into it, and so that we can afford to invest a lot into, picking up our profession tools, buying mats, leveling professions. Essentially is going to be the main aim. The first couple of months at the very least of the War Within, and of course mats are going to be super expensive. I tend to not to farm things myself. If the choice is farming something or just paying a little bit more for it, I'm always going to take the latter, because I would much rather just sit in the auction house and use the time that I save in order to you know, craft more and generate better returns that way. And if you guys have watched me on stream before, you know I'm also not great at the PvE stuff, so I tend to die quite a bit, which is kind of also the other reason why I don't really love going out into the big scary world of Azeroth as much. But in any case, so the first mailbox we have here is 204,000 gold. I don't think I think this is around 3 days. I think we last opened mails on Monday stream, so yeah, about 3.5, 4 days worth of auction. So that first one's 204,000 gold, and again, as you can see, it's mainly the crafted Season 4 PvP gear, as well as then some things like the Azure Weave Expedition packs. I mean, bags will always sell, and almost always will be profitable as well, especially if you max out, you know, resourcefulness and all of that on your tailor. And then the rest of this is just some of the tinkers or like crafted, like the optional reagents that we burn through a lot of our artisan's metal on each of our characters for. So with this mailbox, we should be back over 29 million, and the rest of that will be mainly profit. So the next mailbox is about 188,000 gold. Let's get to opening that as well. Don't want to spend too much time on gold making stuff because the focus of the stream is on Mists of Pandaria remix, and especially as we get closer to the pre-patch, there's probably we're probably going to want to spend less and less time in MoP remix. I still think I definitely still want to do as many more characters from 10 to 70 as I can. Everything that comes out, like each additional patch to the beta seems to only make alts even more powerful. So my opinion that alts are going to be the absolute best way to make gold in MoP Remix definitely has not changed an ounce, right? Like I think it's all like each of the changes they're making are only making it even more rewarding to have more alts in the War Within. So it's great that we have MoP Remix where we can level up characters to max level. I'm fairly certain, I mean, unless I'm mistaken, let me know in the comments or in the chat if you think I am. I don't think in the history of World of Warcraft there's ever been any way to level up characters this quickly, from starting level to 70, right? Usually during the pre-patches there are, all right, so that took us over 29 million. Sorry, I'm just gonna come back here so we don't spend too much time on this. And then we have another mailbox of about 201,000 gold. I would say our average profit margin on these are anywhere from, I tend to not craft anything below 20% profit margin, so 20% up to, I mean, for some of these items, right, like the File of the Eye in the Storm, some of the one-time things where we burn through the Artisan's Metal, the profit margin could be as high as like 300%. But on average, I would say, realistically, we can probably estimate about half of everything that we're opening as profit. So, I mean, not too bad, right? In 3 days, we made more than a token's worth of profit. And so if you're just trying to farm gold to pay for your subscription, you know, in 3 days you could have already made enough to pay for the entire month on one of your accounts. All right, and the last mailbox is 40,000, so we're at about 29,350,000 gold. I haven't done a full crafting cycle yet. I was considering doing it on stream, but I feel like it's not super interesting, and I feel like there's probably some more interesting stuff that we can do on stream. Alright, so let's go ahead and close out the mailbox. We collected a total of 634,000 gold, of which, like I said, roughly half or slightly more should be profit, which on North American realms at least is about the price of a token. So I mean, while Season 4 is a bit chiller than, you know, previous seasons have been, there's still definitely a lot of gold to be made, right? There's no shortage of gold that can be farmed. All right, so we're just gonna log on to our remix characters, and these may not actually be the characters that we're doing anything on right now. I mainly just want to check which characters have how much bronze. Like I said, I haven't been back into remix since the last time we streamed remix, which I think was about 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I think I want to say it was or actually maybe on one of last week's streams. In either case, I don't really remember how much bronze I still have, but But yeah, and you guys may have also noticed that we have new music going on. Got a little sick of the old playlist that we were using. Don't get me wrong, I love the music. It was great. I very much appreciate the creator. And if you are enjoying the music, check out the link in the description on YouTube that mentions what the name of the channel is and all of the rights and everything like that. One thing that I will just briefly remind you guys as well, since we happen to be at the bank, is make sure that all of your characters, all of your remix characters, you're coming over, buying these Time Runner satchels, and filling up your bank with them, right? Because basically during remix you can get 36 slot bags for 10 bronze each, which will be the size of the new bags that we get in the War Within, but they are going to be very expensive early on. So, and I mean, 10 bronze you can probably farm up in, I don't know, like half a minute. Like run one heroic dungeon and you'll get more than enough to knock out your entire bank. You will need around 200 gold, which again, run a couple of quests or dungeons and you'll get that easy on your remix characters. Or just trade it over from your main, right? If you want more details about that, though, I did put together a short, like less than a minute video explaining exactly what you need to do and how to get that done, which, again, TikTok or on Instagram. I don't remember if I posted it to Twitter, but you can definitely check out all those channels. All right, so now this character is already sitting on 152,000 gold, so this may be the character that we actually use to boost. Oh, why are we lag spiking? Sorry, gang. Every time I think I've gotten my... Uh-oh. Sorry, gang. Just give me a second. We may be taxing our graphic card more than we realized. All right, give me a second here, please. I'm trying to figure out what's gone wrong. I'm going to take a quick. I'm going to use this as an excuse to take a quick break, just while I sort out the technical issues that we're facing. For some reason, I don't know what it is. Every single time we get off stream, I try and fix everything, try and optimize everything as best I can, and it seems like whenever we come back on stream, there's issues again. But let me take a quick break and try and sort out these issues really quick, and we'll be right back. All right, and we are back. So it seems like I think what happened was I logged in on this character who didn't have their add-on set up correctly, and so I think that just caused some issues with my system. But essentially, the new method that we're going to be looking at later on stream involves using one max level character who's fairly well geared. And so I will essentially what we'll do is we'll follow the same method till about level 35 to level characters up. After which we will then so we're basically triple boxing where we have two of our characters that are being boosted by a level 20 by our level 20 twink. Again, the method's all in the videos on my YouTube channel if you want more details about that. But essentially, we would level them to around 35, 40-ish, let's say. Try to stack up about 42 of those heroic dungeon tokens, after which we will probably run a quick Mogushan Vaults with them together, just so that we get the bonus experience threads for the difference. I mean, it doesn't take more than 10 to 15 minutes for that either. So essentially, till about level 35, it should take us, I mean, I want to say like half an hour, 45 minutes. Mogushan Vaults shouldn't take more than 15 to 20 minutes if we're lucky with forming up a group pretty quick. And then we will be boosting them one at a time in Heart of Fear by resetting the trash on one of the bosses. So, of course, as always, someone brighter than me figured out this Heart of Fear reset method. Harlden, who I think in general is the goat of speedrunning. So if you want more details about that, you can definitely check out his YouTube channel. He did a quick video. But I wanted to test out. Of course, he's a world record holder in speed runs. He literally leveled a character from 10 to 70 in under 30 minutes. I mean, if he had like 15 people involved, and that was a whole thing. But I wanted to see on a more realistic level how we can use that method and sort of what the leveling times we get using those methods would be. If we can bring that down to an hour and a half, we've already cut our time more than in half than the previous two methods we tried out. So we're going to take a swing at that. And yeah, we'll see how that goes. But in order to do that, we won't just need our main account character to be geared. We'll also need a character on our second account who's also geared up. And so I'm kind of glad that I didn't actually spend all the bronze on this character. And so we have around 180,000 bronze on this character, and probably we'll do the quests as well. And we'll have this character in for the heroic raids as well, so that we maximize the amount of bronze we're getting. And I think we should be able to gear this character up enough to be able to do everything we need it to do for the boost. And being a mage, having the AoEs will help there as well. Give me 1 second to just quickly fix up my weak auras. I've changed around my interface a bit, so things are a little jankier than I'd like them to be. Let's just reposition that. And let's move this bar. Where is it? Is it this one? We're just gonna move this. We'll move it up here. We're not actively tracking this in all honesty. Okay, so as always, I'll just give a quick reminder on what the different trackers we have here are. We have up here, we have our bronze tracker in the top left corner. Let me move that over here so we can see it relatively easier. Or let's see where we have it on this character, just so that everything's sort of similar looking when I swap between screens. We have another 39 days and 9 hours left on the remix itself. So if you are still looking to either get started with remix or to level alts, that's how long you have. I would highly recommend leveling as many alts through remix as you can, just because it's going to be ridiculous with just how OP alts are in the War Within. And so I would say if you're outside of trying to make gold in what do you call it, in Dragonflight itself right now, and so that you have a nice large war chest and are able to pick up everything that you need to in the first couple weeks of the War Within. Too many versions of WoW, gang. It's the same issue I constantly have, where I'm just trying to remember all of the different iterations of WoW we have. But if you are trying to farm gold in Dragonflight, I would say that's definitely a solid choice. But I would still try and level as many alts through remix as you can, because in the history of WoW, I don't think there's been a single time that you could level a character from 0 to max level in as quick as you can during remix. And I say that as someone who has taken advantage of as many of the pre-patch events as I can to level characters. I mean, if you saw my login screen, you'll see I have a bunch of characters that are parked at either level 60 or at like level 52 or something like that. And that's all of those were the bulk of those. Let's say I won't say all, but the bulk of those were leveled during pre-patch events. And trust me when I tell you, it took a lot longer than it does in remakes. All right. So and the other advantage of the remix characters is that, of course, once remix ends, not only will these characters get converted into regular characters, but we will also be getting they will also be getting gear that makes them able to hop straight into the war within. So it's the best thing you can do. That said, I think the characters that I'm planning on spending more time playing, I probably will take through the pre-patch event as well, because I do believe it drops a higher eye level than what our remix characters will be getting at the end of remix. So characters I plan on playing, I probably will pick up some nicer gear on those. But honestly, it shouldn't make too much of a difference. Whatever we do, it's probably going to make a difference of a level or two in terms of when we get quest rewards that replace all that in the war within in any case. And the other reason that, like, I mean, another thing that they've added into the beta fairly recently is that if you have so each additional character you level in the War Within actually gives you a 5% account-wide buff to experience from 70 to 80, which is huge, right? That's a huge advantage. That's a huge game changer, and that's going to make leveling alts super more efficient as well. By the time you have 5 level 80s leveled up, your sixth level 80, your sixth level 70 is getting a 25% XP boost, right, on all sources of experience, which is insane, right? That's going to make it a quarter of the time faster. I do think it is capped at 5 characters, at least on the beta, and I doubt that they're going to take it any crazier than that, but certainly each character is going to be quicker and quicker to level, and with account-wide renown, and with the warband banks, and with all the other and the ability to transfer currency between characters, alts are just going to be super useful and super OP in in the War Within. All right, looks like our threads of critical strike are still broken. All right, let's go ahead and start spending our bronze. All right, so this is the this add-on's called Remix Checklist, and it just allows you to see all of the available rewards and which ones you've already collected. So as I mentioned, we've already picked up all of the mounts, including the more expensive ones. And if you're looking for the best way to get this done and to pick up all these mounts, definitely leveling alts is the way to go. I think it's the fastest bronze per hour. It requires the least amount of investment. And like I said, I've talked many times about this on my streams, but everything's summarized in a handy little video on my YouTube channel. Let me know in the comments of the chat if you want me to post a link to it, and I'll be happy to do so. Similarly, we've picked up all the toys as well, including the expensive, like 50,000 bronze ones here, right? And the bulk of this bronze we got from just leveling alts. Weapon appearances are a little bit strange because despite the fact that the whole point of Remix is that you're supposed to be able to get all the content from Mists of Pandaria, right? All of the cosmetics from Mists of Pandaria, super easy and in this deterministic way where you can pick what you want, right? And farm it up and be guaranteed to get it, including things like the, the Garrosh shoulders and the Garrosh, the items that you use the tokens for. What's it called? It's on one of these guys. Well, not artifacts. Jeez. So yeah, the Tussa Manaroth, which was always a super low drop, right? The fact that we can get that, right? That's one of the most coveted cosmetics in the game. Similarly, the heirlooms, that's the word I was looking for. The heirlooms as well, you can pick up here, right? These were removed at the end of Mists of Pandaria, and they've even brought those back, right? Despite that, for some reason, weapons are still completely RNG. And so this add-on just helps you figure out where you get each of those things from, like each of these appearances from. And there's a whole bunch of appearances that they've actually added in to Remix that aren't available from any other from any other source, right? Recolors or different things. Like this one, for instance, is a remix exclusive. You can't get this recolor from any other method. So my hope is, they still have some time left on remix, and my hope is that they do add in arsenals as well, which will just give us some more things that we can buy with our bronze. Because I think we're definitely going to have way more bronze than we end up actually needing. All right, so like I said, we've picked up all the mounts, we've picked up all the toys, we've bought 24.4% of the appearances, and we need a total of 606,000 bronze to get everything else. Right now, we have, not what I wanted to open. Right now, on this account, we have around 748,000 bronze, and on this account, we have another 239,000 bronze. So we're sitting on almost 1 million bronze, in all honesty. So more than enough to buy everything that we need to. But like I said, I am planning on leveling up a bunch more alts, so I am going to be gathering a bunch more bronze as well. And so I'm not too worried about buying everything right now. I'm mainly focused on just... I'll burn through the bronze and the characters that I don't plan on doing anything more with, right? Like this priest, probably not going to play much more on. The two characters that I'm going to use bronze to upgrade the gear on is Adrola, the first monk on the list there, who's sitting on 638,000 bronze. I think it only costs around 600,000 bronze to fully max gear your character after you hit level 70, so we have some extra bronze there as well, but we'll use that to buy the Tusks of Manaroth, because we are going to try and see if we can dual box Siege of Orgrimmar on Heroic as well to get the 10 bones from there. That may be a little bit tougher than I expected, mainly because I haven't... Like, I know they've broken the ability to completely solo one of the bosses. Let me see if I can't pull that up real quick. Geez. Galacrus. I know that they've broken the ability to completely solo it. My hope is that since we are playing on 2 accounts, and of course controlling each window completely separately, alt-tabbing manually through them, so we're completely within the terms of service. I'm hoping we can figure out a fix to that mechanic and get past that and solo Heroic Siege of Orgrimmar as well. Now, yeah, so that character and this character, on which we have about 153,000 bronze, we're gonna be taking them through all the heroic dungeons, so we should pick up at least, I would guess around maybe 100,000 bronze on this character. And we'll just do all the raids on heroic mode. I think we should be able to solo it pretty easily without too many issues on our main. And yeah, but basically all the other characters we have, we're just going to be spending all of our bronze and picking up everything we can. All right, so let's go ahead and log off of this character, and let's move over to Talatan, who I believe is my evoker. Yep, the evoker that we leveled through here. And on this priest, we currently have 26,000 bronze. Let's just go ahead and start buying all of the class arsenal items, because I believe these are Mists of Pandaria Remix exclusive. Yep, they're tagged right there. So essentially, if you want to see if you can get something after Remix, just check the second, like right below the name. If you can see where it says Arsenal Aldrachi Blasphemer's Glaives, right below that it says Remix Pandaria. That means you can only get it during the Mists of Pandaria Remix. Now, whether or not they ever bring back Remix is a good question, but not one, unfortunately not one that I have an answer to. So why is it saying that we don't have the Shadowpan Watcher's Arsenal? Ooh, okay, that's a little hairy, because I know for a fact that we do have it unlocked on our monk. Maybe we should just hop over real quick and confirm on that. I'm hoping that's just one of the bugs with the add-on, or maybe it's showing it because we haven't asked it to exclude transmogs that we already have learned. I mean, while having bronze acquisition isn't going to be an issue for us, I still don't want to waste bronze if I can help it, right? Oh, and we also need to scrap on this character because, yeah, none of this like eye level 46 or eye level 110 gear is going to help us at level 70, right? If we did want to actually gear this character out, of course, we leveled them from 0 to 70. I think what we were going to do was we were going to scrap all of the gems as well. Because we do have way more gems than we need. I'm not really actively playing any of these characters. I mainly take them to 70 and then they're sort of just hanging out. If I really wanted to maximize my bronze, I could definitely very easily, run the daily quests and the like daily bonus bronze sources. But like I said, I'm not too concerned, mainly because of the fact that we don't really have much of a shortage of bronze. All right, so anything that's showing as an upgrade, I'm not going to bother scrapping just because we should probably equip it. But if we did want to max out the gear on this character real quick, it would just be as simple as using our same level 20 Twink Monk and just running a couple more heroic dungeons, or getting into a couple of normal mode raids, and I mean you'll be eye level 346 in no time, which is the maximum eye level you can get in Remix at level 70 without spending any bronze at the upgrade at the item upgrade NPC. All right, let's scrap all of this. And for the gems, the main reason we're not going to scrap them on stream right now is because the most efficient way to scrap them is actually to combine them all until they're the legendary gems and then scrap those. I don't know if it gives you more bronze, but the issue is you can't put a stack of these gems into the scrapper. You can only put one gem at a time. So just in the interest of time, it's quicker to just combine these in, like each time you click on any of these, right? It's going to combine 3 of them, and then you only have to scrap one item. So it's a little bit more efficient time-wise to do it that way. And if you're watching live on Twitch or YouTube, first of all, thank you so much for joining us live. But second of all, drop a message in the chat. Let me know how it's going. If you guys are playing Mists of Pandaria Remix, if you've already gotten all of the cosmetics you want, if there's any cosmetics you're excited about or that you're trying to farm up enough bronze for. Heck, let me know if you're leveling any alts. Let me know if you guys have tested out any of my methods, either on leveling or on what do you call it, on the bags, or yeah, any of the other tips I've mentioned on my streams or my video or anything like that. Let me know if it was any help to you guys. And also, if you are watching live or you're watching the video on demand, if you're enjoying the content, please do drop a like, drop a follow, a subscribe, all the things. Every little bit really helps. Very early days on YouTube, so every little bit really does help. So this is what I was saying last time. This was the character. This is one of the characters that kind of burnt me out a little bit on on Remix, because I just we ended up running, I think, something ridiculous like 40 heroic dungeons in a row or something. And I mean, they took barely any time. Like we spent a total of, I think, about 2.5 hours in the various dungeons, because each of the runs was like 2 to 3 minutes at most, right? The level 20 twinks are just that OP. But it really got boring doing that many dungeons in a row. And then it was really annoying when we not only missed the like 2 hour target that we had, but more annoyingly, we dinged level 70 and then had all of this bonus experience. I think we had a little bit more as well that we opened up at some point, just because there's no point in keeping the mailbox. I doubt they will. I doubt when they convert these characters to retail characters, we'll keep this. But I'm gonna leave them in the mailbox anyway. I mean, I feel like even if they don't remove the items, like even if we are still able to loot these for some reason in the War Within to like power level these characters, I feel like that's a little you're dancing a fine line there, right? As to you may be begging Blizzard for mercy if they find out that that's what you did. So I'm not sure that I would. I'm not sure that that I would actually like. I don't think it would be worth the risk, and I would certainly not recommend anyone else try it, even if it is possible. So, all right, we have maxed out the. Well, we've scrapped everything here, and it's just the gems left. We'll combine those at some point and get it done that way. All right, so we've picked up this arsenal. Let's change this to all, and I think what I need to do is hide collected transmog. No, custom transmog all hide. Well, so for some reason it doesn't seem to know which ones I have and which ones I don't, unless I'm mistaken here. All right, let's check on. Well, so this is a priest. What is the priest one called? Or we know we have the evoker one, right? So let's click on evoker here, and it does show up as red like that. But I know I have the monk ones because that's where I unlocked the achievement from. And yet the monk one seems to be purchasable here, which is kind of worrying to me. Let's see if this gives us a more accurate reflection of what we have. So Shadowpan Watcher's Arsenal is showing up here. So I suppose we can rely on this. This seems to be a bit more accurate. I'm not sure why on mouse overs this isn't showing up, because for instance this mage one we already have learned. I don't know why our add-ons aren't telling us that we already have this one learned. In any case, we have 82,000 bronze to go through. Let's just go ahead and start picking up each of these because we want to unlock these for all of the classes. Whether or not we end up using it is a different story, but can we max out? Oh yeah, okay, this is only going to take us 66,000 bronze to pick up all the remaining ones that we need. All right, unfortunately, I think we are going to have to just manually go through and pick out which ones we're going to pick up here. Because of the fact that it doesn't seem to be reflecting completely. Now, if you haven't done the achievements to unlock these, it honestly does not take that long at all. Rather worryingly, it's only showing us 3 different things here, and this doesn't seem to have refreshed. I wonder if we need to log on to those characters in order for it to sort of pop up. Let's go ahead and learn the priest ones, because I'm almost certain that we haven't unlocked those yet. Although we could just continue going down the list for this one. We may just do that. All right, armaments of the H something. Of the Holy Avenger. Okay, so it looks like it has hidden the ones that we just bought. But strangely enough, this one, which according to this we have unlocked, right? Already known. Yeah, it is showing as already known. So maybe that's how we should check these to make sure that we're not rebuying anything else, because it seems like it will let us buy them again even if we already know them. Okay, Holy Avenger we don't have. I wonder if they like changed the item for this or something, and that's why it's showing up as a new item. Like maybe they changed the item ID or something, so that's why it's telling us we can buy it, but it's not actually going to teach us anything new because we already know all 3 of the appearances, which is worrying to say the least. All right, let's pick up the priest one, and that we'll be able to tell in real time because we have that on the other character. Igneous Onyx Blades. I don't think we have these as well. We don't play rogue much, but like I said, we're going to be buying all of these at one point or another anyway, so it doesn't really matter. All right, the Warlock one we have already, which makes sense because I do like modding things on my Warlock. I think they have some of the coolest looking sets in the game. All right, Warrior, we need this one. Okay, we can refund them if we have any issues, I guess. So suppose Blizzard's not being too harsh on us there. The Death Knight one. I feel like I feel like doing this on a Drakthir is not the move, just because all of the gear looks the same on a Drakthir, in my opinion. Though this is the first Drakthir character I've ever really played. And even that I didn't really spend all that much time playing on them because of the fact that we boosted them, right? Okay, so that's showing up as already known. This one we know we already know. Let's pick up this paladin one. The priest one, I don't think we know yet, so let's pick that up as well. Igneous Onyx Cowl. Rogue. Alright, let's pick up that one as well. I don't think we have that yet. Cragwa, I think this is the Shaman one. Shaman. We don't have that unlocked. I think the Warlock one, yeah, we do have that unlocked. And then this should be the last one, the Warriors one. Which we also don't have, right? So let's go ahead and unlock that. Now let's click through and learn all of these items, and that should unlock all of the transmogs for us. And so that's another vendor whose complete catalog we have now bought out. I think he should only be selling, like, only have a couple on offer, but let's just double check. This one is already known. This is also already known. This is already known. This is already known. So is this one. And this one. I wonder if maybe logging out and logging back in will fix that. All right, and then we have another 16,000 bronze to spend. Like I said, I think what we're going to do first is probably unlock all of the mythic level transmog. And then Tusk of Manaroth we're going to buy on our main, and then the remaining heirlooms that we don't already know we're going to pick up on our main alt is what I tend to call that character. All right, so now for these regalias, I don't think it's going to show it to us as actually being. All right, I'm actually going to do a quick reload on this character and just reload the interface, and I want to come over to this character because I'm hoping that this character has a better view over what we do and don't have learned. Although that may not be the case because it looks like everything is sort of available on this character. Let's quickly log out and log back in and see if that makes any difference. All right, on this character, we can at least get an idea of what these sets actually look like, which I'm not being able to do on the Drac there, right? I think some of these appearances we do have unlocked. But I may be mistaken there. Battle plates of the Prehistoric Marauder. Ooh, what is this? The Warrior set. This looks pretty cool. I mean, the Mythic sets are going to have the most like special effects and things on them. So by and large, we will want to pick up all the Mythic sets for sure. And some of this we will also just have to see where we do and don't have the transmog learned, right? Annoyingly, the add-on that I use to tell me which mogs I have unlocked and which ones I don't isn't doing a great job with these ensembles. I was really hoping that it would tell me that, and I wouldn't have to like manually click through and take a look, because I may still be missing things. In all honesty, I do wish that Blizzard would just hide the actual ensemble if we already have it unlocked for our account. But that may be hoping for too much given the fact that this is a temporary game mode. So let's see if our RMC is updated. It looks like it is. And so there's nothing else left from Grandmaster Jackus. And Pythagoras, we only have another 62,000 bronze to spend here, so we can max out most of the things on here, it would seem. Or no, okay, this is showing the remix only items, which is the Tusk of Manaroth and the heirlooms. Whereas what we want to buy from him is the heroic sets, right? Now, is this a heroics? No, the mythic sets is what we want to buy. Jeez. Okay, we picked up the Death Knight one. So let's go ahead and learn that. Yeah, this is a bit chaotic. And it looks like it did hide that one. Now, annoyingly, it doesn't seem to be hiding the Death Knight one, which I'm fairly certain we do already have unlocked, because it is showing here as learned for most of the items. Except for this one, annoyingly. But we have the leg plates unlocked, so I don't know why the leg guards specifically appear to be missing. I think the border here is showing us the pieces that we're missing. So let's actually use that as a test on this. These are all showing as already known. So I wonder if they've just given it like a different appearance ID. I think the appearance ID is the same, but the item ID is maybe different. I don't. As y'all can tell, I don't usually spend too much time on transmog, so I'm not 100% on all of these. I was hoping that these ones that are outlined are like the new items that we're going to learn. But all of these are already known, so. All right, I think let's just go through the ones that we clearly know we don't have. And if we need to rebuy some of them, we have enough bronze that it's not going to be a major issue in either case. Did we pick up these appearances, the warrior one? I don't think so. Ideally, for probably maximum efficiency, it would just be easiest to do all of this on the actual class of the character like that we're buying the gear for. But that does seem like a bit more work than I want to put in. Since, like I'm saying, we just have so much bronze that it's really, really not going to make a difference at all. All right, let's pick up this one as well, the hunter equipment, because it doesn't look like we have that one learned. Let's pick up, I think this is the shaman equipment probably. Now on the monk one, I know that so that's the rogue, I guess. The monk one we definitely know, because my main is a monk, and so I always buy that stuff up. All right, we're down to 1700 bronze on this toon. We will just quickly learn all of these appearances, and then let's come over to one of the vendors that has some cheaper items. Now, realistically, we are going to be farming up the rest of these items. See, so something like this ensemble, probably not. I'm probably going to wait till near the end to buy this. Just because there's only actually one appearance that we're missing, and there's a good chance that we get that remaining appearance from either a world drop or from one of the dungeons, right? So things that we know that we're going to be running frequently on all of our alts, we're not really going to bother buying those until later on. Like, we're going to save those for the end, because there's a good chance that we just unlock the appearances as we're playing the game. World apparel maybe slightly less likely, and raid finder apparel almost certainly we're not going to unlock. It does still annoy me to no end that the mythic appearances cost the exact same amount as the LFR appearances, when the mythic appearances have a lot more like cooler design things to them. But hey, it is what it is, and given how fast it is to get bronze, it doesn't really feel fair to complain too much. All right, I think all of the other vendors have mogs that cost like 5,000 bronze each. Who's Arturos? Arturos is the dungeon guy. So the dungeon ones, I'm fairly confident that we're going to unlock most of these appearances as we go. The world appearances, I'm less confident on, and realistically, some of these were, where we have 0 for 8. Let's just go ahead and buy that, right? Like, even if we do end up unlocking it by actually having the items drop for us, I think it's probably still safe enough that it's probably still the best use of our bronze for now. Let's see if there's any like 1250 ones that we're 0 for 8 at, right? I don't think any of these look particularly good, but at the same time, I mean, it is what it is, right? All right, so we want the Sun Pearl that's Remix exclusive, which is this one, because that I don't think is going to, or no, let's do the Vestments of Serenity. And we have enough bronze for one of these. Annoyingly, on the Dracthyr, of course, we cannot. Oh, here we go. Let's swap to the human form. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. All right, I'm not too picky on which. I think we'll just take this darker one. I think that looks pretty cool. Let's go ahead and learn that. And that's one more that we can check off. And then we have about 492 We have 492 bronze left on this character. If we come back to scrap gems, then we'll get some more bronze on that. I'm actually gonna trade over the bronze though to this character just so that we have them all on one character. And even for transferring gems, actually, it is most efficient to try and combine them as much as you can prior to trading them, just so you have to open fewer trade windows. But I think I am gonna consolidate all of these gems onto one character. I haven't bothered scrapping gems just yet because as I keep mentioning, we don't have any shortages of bronze. But gems are actually a super handy way to transfer bronze between characters, because essentially what you do is you scrap the legendary bronze, the legendary gems on the character that has the bronze that you're looking for. Rather, what you can do is you can come over to this vendor here, Lida Marutu, the gem procurement vendor, and you can buy these asynchronized prismatic gems for 200 bronze each. What you're going to do is you're going to combine, open them, combine all the gems, combine them until they're legendary level, and then trade them over to the character that you want the bronze on. Now, I don't know what the exact return rate is. I don't think it's a 1-to-1 bronze conversion, so it's not the most efficient. But if you have a friend, I mean, if you've already bought all of your appearances, you maxed out all of your things, and you wanna pass some bronze to a friend, or on your main you're sitting on just ridiculous amounts of bronze, you're capped on bronze or something like that. That is something you can do. It will be a little bit time consuming, but hey, at least you don't need to refarm a whole bunch of bronze, right? So hopefully that helps some of you fellow altaholics out there. And thank you again to everyone who's watching live. If you are enjoying the content, drop a comment, message me in chat. Let me know if you're watching the stream and if any of this is of any interest to you. All right, we'll do this off stream as well. This is taking a lot longer than I thought it would. Let's go ahead and log off of this character and let's see where we're heading next. Oh, no, wrong window. I keep opening the wrong dang windows. All right, let's log over to Bamfa and then to Torcago. Although neither of them have enough for us to buy any of the mythic sets, so we may just wait with it. Now, this account, this is my main account, and here we have a couple of characters sitting on a whole bunch of bronze that we can buy appearances with. So let's go ahead and start doing that. I think I'm just going to quickly log out and then back in on this character so that everything refreshes properly. And on this account, we're going to log over to our main alt. And with that said, while we're waiting for the login screens, I'm just going to take a quick break and be right back with y'all. Take care. Alright, we are back and we are logged in with the hope that we don't have to tinker around with the interfaces too much. Alright, yep. Okay, so this character, the same thing. We have around 81,000 bronze. So we're just going to do the same thing. We're going to pick up the remaining mythic appearances that we don't have yet. And then we will move on to the heroic appearances, although we will be picking up, we'll probably avoid the monk and mage heroic appearances because we are going to be soloing those in a couple minutes here. Let's open up our checklist and see where we're at with this. So Pythagoras, we've maxed out this. We've got 35.9% of the appearances. I think we should be able to complete quite a few of these as we go. All right, so we've picked up 40% of the appearances that he has available to us. This one we know we just unlocked, so I don't know why it's still showing up here, but I think we figured out that we can't really rely on that too much. All right, now I think these should hopefully show up down here. Vestments. It's saying we don't have one of the vestments of the 7 sacred seals. I don't know if I can expand this window or group by location. Oh, this is for the weapons. Okay. Okay, I don't think that changes anything for the appearances. I'm trying to figure out if I can figure out a better way to have it just tell us which of the mythic appearances we're missing. Because I think we have enough to buy most of the appearances that are on this guy. Certainly between this and our other character, who I think is also sitting on about 20,000. Yeah. All right, so we have enough to buy everything off of this vendor, so I think we may as well just start with the heroics and work our way down. Guardian Serpent. This is kind of annoying that I'm gonna need to like manually go through. Of the Exorcist. I thought this would be a little bit more exciting in all honesty. That's why I kept it for the stream. But if y'all are watching live, let me know if it is or isn't. Which one is this though? It says that we have 7 of 9 unlocked. 7 of 9 appearances. It looks like there's 2 thousandfold blades and thousandfold hells. Okay, so it's the hells that we need here. That's the one that's showing up here. Vestments of the Eternal. We need this one. Vestments of the something of the Haunted Forest. 9-tail battle gear. Alright, that one's simple enough. 9-tail battle gear. Youngal Slayer. Battle gear. Of the... what is that? Sorrow Stalker. Regalia of the Firebird and of the Witch. Of the Firebird. And of the Witch Doctor. Plate of the Lost Cat. Of the Lost Catacombs, I guess. Which class is this for? Oh, inventory is full. Right, we haven't scrapped on this character. All right, let's go ahead and learn these, and then we'll scrap everything and do another logout. We should be getting a bunch more bronze from these as well. I don't know if it'll be enough for us to just literally max out this vendor on this character itself. I'm just gonna quickly mouse over each of these and see if any of these are actually upgrades for us. Versatility would be more useful than Leech, but if it's a higher eye level, and again, I'm not really planning on doing any more content on any of these characters as such, so I'm not super concerned about maxing out what they have equipped. I should actually be going in the other direction because it's sorted by eye level here, right? So presumably if the top eye level items aren't an upgrade, nothing else should be. But there may still be exceptions to that. So we will just quickly mouse over all of these and see not only what Zygor is telling us, but more importantly what Pawn is telling us. And if you guys have any questions about any of the add-ons that I use, let me know in the comments or in the chat, and I will be more than happy to spend some time talking about them. I use a whole bunch of add-ons, and that's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, the weapon is this. I think this is a slight upgrade over the item I have in my second hand slot there. And yeah, this is a Death Knight, so we have a 346 eye level weapon here. That's definitely going to be a lot better than any of these lower eye levels. All right, let's go ahead and scrap all of this. I'm not sure where the permanent scrapper is supposed to be in Shrine. I'm hoping it's this one, because I do hate when it times out on me, and I've gotten a whole bunch of things queued up. Because then I need to queue everything back up. All right, let's scrap all of these, and let's hop over to this guy here. And so this was, if you guys happen to catch it, I put up a slightly delayed short yesterday, covering all of the rewards from the July Traveler's Log, and there's some really, really cool mounts. There's some really cool transmog. There's a cute little pet as well. And so that was my first video about the trading post. The second video I'm going to be putting out is the quickest way to max out your bar. I've already collected all the rewards, so I don't have the bar showing up here, but that's how you get the balance of your trader's tender. And yeah, it shouldn't take you super long at all to unlock 2 mounts, like to get enough Traveler's Tender for the 2 mounts, as well as to unlock the bonus pet that you get for this month, as well as any of the transmog or the pets that you want. It's super quick to complete the Traveler's Log these days, especially with Remix, right? I mean, you can see here that the second we level 1 character from 10 to 70, we're already gonna, unlock all 3 of these, which I think in total give you like, I think 400 or 500, something like that, Traveler's Tender, which you need 1,000 to max out the bar, so that's half the battle won already. If we come over to Remix, so there's that one. You're definitely going to complete the 5 daily quests one easily, and probably the 10 to 20 daily quests as well, depending on how many characters you take through. This one for sure, right? We're chain running heroic dungeons, so this will take no time at all. And then these 2 you can probably bang out pretty quick as well. These only give about 50 Traveler's Tender each, and I mean this one literally bang done. So yeah, within the remix itself, you can get this done really quick. Heck, even the pet battles one shouldn't take you more than a couple of minutes. This is as simple as checking your bags. I'm sure you have a happy pet snack, pet treat, or less a pet treat somewhere in your bags, and that's that one knocked out as well. If you're a crafter, like if you're a goblin like me, and you'll be doing the crafting orders for your quests anyway, and the weekly crafting quest for the knowledge points. And then yeah, we'll also probably complete the there's one of these that require you to complete 50 quests. I don't know if we'll quite hit 50 quests, but we'll certainly complete a whole bunch of quests. And yeah, okay, so that isn't the permanent one either. I don't know why it seems like Shrine is the only Infinite Bazaar rather that doesn't have any doesn't have a dedicated unraveling sands thing to scrap all of your items, which seems really strange to me, because otherwise I would just park all of my characters here. But since it doesn't have one of those dedicated ones, and these ones time out, I find myself parking my characters in Jade Forest way more often while I'm leveling them, while they're outside of, like, for the small amounts of time that they're outside of a dungeon or raid. So yeah, just to recap for anyone who may be joining the stream right now, and thank you to everyone who's watching live, and of course those of you who are watching the video on demand later on either YouTube or Twitch. But to recap, so essentially we have already farmed up all of the bronze, and we need it more to unlock all of the rewards from Mists of Pandaria. We've already bought all of the mounts and all of the toys. And we bought most of we bought all the class appearances as well. We are just about to finish off buying up the rest of the mythic appearances, after which we're going to do the heroic appearances. We have enough bronze for all of that as well. And then we are going to start spending bronze on our remix main to max out their gear. So although I've farmed up all of the bronze, I did it the hard way, and some may say the stupid way of farming up all of that bronze at eye level 346, which just in case you guys weren't aware, is the maximum eye level that you can get before you spend any bronze at the item upgrader. It probably would have been quicker to farm up that bronze if I had just maxed out my gear from day one. But I didn't do that for a couple of different reasons that we don't need to get into. Just because there's not too much value to be had in covering them. But yeah, so we're going to max out the gear on that character, and then we're going to also max out the gear on this character here, which is I would say my main remix alt, I guess you could call it. And I mean, as you can see, we already have quite a few epics and stuff like that, so it makes sense to upgrade the highest quality level gear that you can, just because you get a little bit more out of it, right? It's super easy to fill up all of your slots with epics if you're running heroic raids, which both of these characters have been doing. But basically, the difference in remix between green items, blue items, and epic items is that the green items give you, what do you call it, a secondary stat. The blue items give you main stat and secondary stat. So at the very least, I would say at least make sure your gear is as much blue as possible. And then the epics give you either more, like basically more of a secondary stat. So that's either a different secondary stat. So as you can see on this one, we have intellect, we have haste, and we have mastery. Let's look at an item that doesn't have any gems in it. I think we should have one, right? Oh, the neck's not a good choice for this, but yeah, okay. So for instance, this epic helm, if it was a green item, it would only have one of the secondary stats, like versatility or mastery. If it was a blue item, it would only have intellect and either versatility or mastery. But since it's an epic item, it has both versatility and mastery. Doesn't make a world of difference because we have a butt ton of stats on our cloak in any case, and so the amount that we get from the gear or from the gems isn't really going to make a world of difference. But hey, it is what it is, right? All right, let's reload real quick just so that our remix tracker here is up to date. And essentially then we're going to be coming over to this guy over here and upgrading all of these items. Now, the annoying thing is that this is also going to take us a little bit of time because you can't just upgrade things to eye level 556 or max level all that quick. It does take a little bit of time. All right, let's open up this as well. We should probably... Oh, this is the these are the alternative weapons cache. All right, we can scrap those as well. And it looks like no one else has a sands down. But if you're watching live, drop a message in chat. If you're watching the video on demand, leave a comment. Let me know if any of this content is interesting to y'all, or if I'm just boring you guys. All right. So Pythagoras, what else do we need from him? We have enough bronze to unlock everything, so we're going to be buying everything off of him. The only thing that's slowing us down a little bit is the fact that these aren't fully updated. So for instance, this one, it's allowing me to buy, but we already have all of the appearances here. So I don't know if Blizzard is nice enough to tell us that before we click on it, or if we would need to buy it, try it, and then hopefully be able to return it. So instead, I'm just going to quickly manually unlock, manually pick up the rest of these. Battle gear of the Saruk Stalker. I feel like we bought that already. Are there two versions of this? I could have sworn we bought this already. Am I tripping? Maybe not, because it says we cannot learn, but it's not showing the little learn checkbox. So, all right, maybe it was called something else, the other one that we bought. Regalia of the Firebird. All right, let's pick up that. I swear we bought these already, but maybe we were full on inventory or something. Now, the annoying thing is that because I'm not on the class that we're buying that gear for, I can't see if we did actually unlock it or if we just wasted our bronze. But hey, not a not a huge risk in either case. All right, so this we know for sure we haven't learned, and this is actually on a Death Knight, so we will be able to mog it on this character should we so choose. Yeah, annoyingly it's not linking us to that set specifically. Lost Catacombs. Ah, there we go. And so we have the heroic version here. The normal version we'll pick up if we don't loot it along the way. I have lost my battle plate of the all-consuming maw. Ooh, that's a hectic sounding name. All right. Let's see if maw pops up. Yeah, I don't know how many sets have maw in the title there. Where are we? White Tiger battle gear. Let's pick up that. Now this is the monk set. Or no, never mind. I take that back. White Tiger I just assume is a monk thing, but I guess not in this instance. Plate of the yeah. So annoyingly, it is showing as already known for the items that this specific character has unlocked, but not for the other ones. We need the battle plate of the light. Oh, sorry, battle gear of the resounding rings. Yeah, we need that, and of the it's cut off there, so I'm assuming it's going to be the last Mogu. Battle gear of the where was it? Of the light something. Lightning Emperor. There we go. And we picked up those two as well. And so that leaves just these three sets, but we are low on bronze on this character, so we're going to quickly pick up one of the world, some of the world apparel, which I believe it costs like 2,000. Yeah, there's some that cost 2,000, so we'll pick up some of those, and we'll pick up one of the 750 bronze one as well, and then we'll log over to the other character and finish out picking up the rest of the heroic and mythic raid appearances, and then this whole thing is completed, right? We are at Lara Treebender, and which of these do we have the least progress on? That cost 2,000 bronze. Ideally, we want to pick up ones that are like remix exclusive. Yeah, let's pick up this Trailblazer's Laminar armor. I mean, I don't love the look of it if we're being honest, but it. Or no, let's do two of these instead. I'm trying to think of what the most efficient way to spend all of our bronze is going to be. Although really, we should not be wasting as much time on this as we are, because we're going to have more than enough bronze for everything, given that we are about to run a whole bunch of heroic raids. Like, we're going to solo a whole bunch of heroic raids, and then also after that we are going to be leveling more characters throughout. I mean, the rest of Remix, right? There's 40 days left in Remix. I feel like this event is so long that I feel like everyone spent so much time on it at the start that there's still so much time left to do everything. And my big hope is that they do add weapon arsenals. Like I was saying earlier on the stream, it's goofy to me that we can buy all of the mounts and like all of the toys and transmog, but for whatever reason we can't buy the weapons. Is just goofy that we're still stuck with RNG for the weapons. All right, I think we said we were going to do the Guise of the Shadow Pan, since we don't have any of those unlocked, and those are world drops, and these are remix exclusives in any case. Does it matter which one we get? I guess we have more appearances of this one than we have this one, and I like the green one slightly more, so let's do the green. All right, and let's log over to the other character. And this character as well, if we I mean, I was gonna say if we feel the need, we can come back and pick up more bronze and do the whole thing. Like we can do a couple of daily quests on them and you know really make use of that last 400 bronze. But it's really not gonna matter. I cannot emphasize enough the fact that if you're leveling alts through remix bronze, it's just super easy to come by. At least for all the appearances and everything like that. If you're trying to max gear a character, that is a bit more of a grind. But then you would probably be upgrading your gear as you go. There's not really a great reason to do that. I'm mainly doing it for the kicks and giggles of it. All right, this character doesn't have any bronze anyway, so I'm not going to bother tinkering with their interface. Which is the other character, Thanel. Oh, I thought we spent all the bronze on Thanel. In any case, let's log over and finish picking up the remaining heroic sets, and then we're going to upgrade both of these characters to, well, we're going to upgrade our monk to max eye level and start soloing heroic raids, and then we'll do the other character as, we'll push that character as high as we can and see if it's even worth it, actually. We may even wait to see if we're going to, like, if that boosting method that we're planning on leveling our alts with is even worth doing, because there is always a chance that they fixed it, or that I'm just too bad at this game to actually pull it off successfully. Both are equally likely if we're being honest. All right. If you guys have watched my stream, you know that I sometimes struggle with PvE. All right, so we need the Turnion. Where is that? We still have 21,000 bronze on this, so I guess we didn't max this out. Oh, it's not Regalia up, it's just Regalia uff. Or it's not Regalia uff the, it's Regalia uff Turnion. And the Regalia of the Horned Nightmare. And then we need Vestments of the What's the end of the Shattered Veil. And is this the 7 Sacred Seals? We haven't bought the monk one. That seems odd. Realistically, we may get the remaining 3 appearances when we run Siege of Orgrimmar later, but if we do, we do. It is what it is. Not too bothered. All right, so with that, we have now purchased literally every single heroic and mythic raid appearance as well. So it's mounts, it's every single heroic and mythic appearance except for the Tusk of Manaroth, and this is because we need to pick up the remaining Bones of Manaroth, which hopefully we will be able to solo in a second here once we've upgraded all of our gear. And then we just have 3 of these left over. And if you see from the counter here, we're going to have more than enough Bones of Manaroth. In fact, I do hope they add more things that we can buy with Bones of Manaroth. So that we can use up the extras that we have. All right, so we now have, on our main account, 642,000 bronze left. And on our secondary account, we have another 158,000 bronze. And then, of course, we have our starter account as well, which does have some bronze on it, but I haven't bothered to count it. And the rest of, like, the normal modes and the LFR mode raids will... like raid appearances we'll sort out later on. All right, now I think we are going to wait with upgrading this character's gear just until we know if that leveling method even works really well. I don't think there would be any advantage to upgrading this gear right now, in all honesty. We will stock it in some gems just because we have them lying around, and you can never be speedy enough. Although we may be movement speed capped on this character without even putting any speed gems in, just because the cloak's already at oh geez, yeah, it's been a while since we logged onto this guy, so our add-ons are all kinds of messy. Let's swap this out, and we need to disable console port, which for some reason keeps coming back on. I haven't played WoW with controller in a while, although I am considering doing it for one of the streams. I may try and do some sort of like challenge. Let me know in the chat or in the comments what kind of a challenge you would want to watch me do in WoW while playing only with the controller. or at least mainly with the controller. We can agree on terms. But let me know in the chat if you have any ideas for what could kind of be fun there. All right. We want to keep our bags as empty as possible, ideally, because of the fact that we're going to be running a whole bunch of heroic raids, and so there is going to be a lot of loot, and we don't want to have to stop in between in order to empty out bags. We may use this at some point, so we'll keep those in our bags and these as well. I don't see myself using those. I think we are already exalted, or if we, yeah, we're exalted with the Golden Lotus, so we're literally just holding this until the remix ends, and then we'll mail it over to one of our other characters if and when they need it. In all honesty, I have the best. These all need to be scrapped. Anything with speed or leech is getting scrapped. I think haste is the only stat that we're not capped on. So this is my remix main. I should probably cover it real quick. We're at 80,000 threads. We are, as best as I'm aware, we're crit capped. I believe we're versatility capped and mastery capped, I believe. Let me actually double check, because I know Wowhead did actually post an article. I think we checked it. I remember we checked it on stream a while ago. But let's just double check so we can be as optimized as possible. And part of it is also the fact that we are going to max out our or sorry, no, that's on my, what am I saying? On my level 20 Twink, we are capped on all of these stats. On this character, we're not. Presumably by upgrading the gear, we'll get a lot closer to the cap, but I think we still have a little bit of ways to go, right? The cap is 36,000 and we're at 75%. Yeah. So, okay, I think let's just go ahead and now finally, at long last, upgrade all of our gear. All right, we also should pick up the quests just because. And I think realistically, the only ones of these, like the only quests that we're actually going to complete is probably the raid quest. Don't think we need dungeons on either of these characters for anything really. Yeah, the raid quest will complete just because we're planning on running a bunch of raids anyway, so why not? But with that said, let's hide this interface and let's get going with the. Oh, what am I doing? All right, there we go. Now we are going to upgrade the eye level of all of our items to max. We should have more than enough bronze if I did my math right. Let's actually go ahead and open this last thread and this last bronze cache. But we should have more than enough bronze to upgrade everything to max level. This will take a little bit of time because unfortunately you can't just upgrade individual items to max eye level. You have to manually upgrade each of them one at a time. So I'm literally just trying to figure out what the quickest way to do that would be. I think having this window here, right-clicking the item, hitting upgrade, and then moving on to the next item is going to be the best. The reason for that is that basically all of your items need to be at least level 360 to upgrade any of them to 374. So it's going to take a little bit of time because we need to upgrade each of these items one at a time. Do I not have any epic pants that are better? And actually, before we even do that, let's just go ahead and scrap all this extra gear that we have as well, just so our bags are nice and clean, and to make sure that we don't have any other items that may be a better choice for upgrading. Haste, mastery, and crit I could see being of use, because we may hit the caps for some of the other stats before that, and so then having a source for those would be good. But anything with speed, leech, avoidance for sure. Avoidance is like instant destroy. Yeah, we can get rid of green gear. I don't think that's going to be of any use to us. Both of these are literally the same item. So let's just scrap one of them, and leech, like I said, we don't need, we get plenty of leech on our cloak, and I don't think we should have too much of an issue with that. I'm not sure why I'm holding on to the rest of these, to be honest. I don't think there's too much of a use to it, because we're definitely going to want 2000 crit more than we're going to want 417 speed. But it is what it is. We'll probably replace these items at some point anyway, and it's super cheap to upgrade gear. Like, if you've already upgraded one item to the max level, it's super cheap to upgrade following items. All right, with that said, let's go ahead and get started. I am going to, let me actually start a timer to just see, I mean, just for kicks and giggles, to see how long it takes us to actually upgrade every single item once we have all the bronze. And I'm not going to go super fast. Like, we're not trying to speed run anything, but I am just kind of curious how long it just physically takes to upgrade everything. The annoying thing is, of course, that we can't upgrade the neck, the cloak, or the rings or trinkets eye levels. So even though all of our gear is going to eventually be eye level 556, our overall eye level will cap out at 476 unless we take off these rings and the necklace. The cloak, of course, we want to keep on, so we can't remove that, which I think will push us to 552. I think that's technically the thing, and yeah, let's see. All right, up. Let's go ahead and start the timer, and let's go. This has been weeks of farming. Why? Oh, jeez, am I gonna have to drag each of these items over, or is it bugging out on me? Oh God. This is why I don't try and do speed runs for anything, because I always end up messing something up along the way. Why is it glitching out like this? I wonder if it's just this Infinite Bazaar vendor. I wonder if we move to a different Infinite Bazaar if we would still have the same issue. Or if it's like maybe one of my add-ons that's causing the issue. Yes, I'm sure. Okay, that is really annoying. Yes, I'm sure. Okay, I think we need to let it complete the animation, and then it'll let me just right click on the item. All right, so all of our gear is eye level 360, and so now we can start upgrading further. It didn't complete the animation, annoyingly. Okay, I think if I click too fast, it bugs out. We're at 376. We're getting to 374, and we have to go all the way to 556. So this is probably going to take a little bit. Up, and we bugged it out again. I think just clicking on that seems to fix it. Oh, we probably could have checked like what our stats were before and what our stats are afterwards. I suppose I can just go back in the stream and look at how much of a difference it made. Although I don't think there's anything too valuable in that, right? It's not like you have a choice and you can choose to do something else. All right, and we're on our next round of upgrades, and hopefully this doesn't take more than like 10 minutes, though. At the rate we're going, who knows? If you're watching live, let me know in the chat how long you think this is gonna take. Let's try and add some fun into this, because this is yet again not as exciting as I thought it may be. Maybe if we were like doing this in real time and like upgrading items as we went, it would be more thrilling. Okay, and the last item. Well, we finally cleared 402, so we're past 400 eye level. And the next major milestone will be 500 eye level, and then finally 556. I get why Blizzard did this, like limited that you could only upgrade your items so much at a time, but I do kind of wish there was a quicker way to do this. Though I guess I'm probably in the minority of people who actually bothered to farm up all of the bronze they need to push all the way through before upgrading. Most people probably just upgraded as they went and as they were farming bronze to make it so that they could use the extra power to farm bronze quicker. But hey, why do it the easy way if there's a harder and more complicated way that's less efficient? Tell me that. Ah, we bugged it again. All right. I think we're going to go backwards this time. Or whatever. We're just going to go in whatever order we need to. I suppose going in random order is the most interesting thing I can do right now. All right. And if you're watching live or if you're watching the video on demand, let me know. Have you already maxed out any of your characters on their gear? If so, did it make a huge difference in player power? I'm really excited to try that out, to be honest, because for weeks now, I mean, since early Remix, I've just been hearing people talk about how OP their characters feels. And outside of my level 25 Twink, I haven't really gotten to experience that much. Oh, we missed this. Oh, geez, these item level upgrades are small. I think it's like 15 eye level per upgrade. So yeah, we've got a little while ahead of us. Bugged it out again. Sorry, gang, 1 second. I'm actually gonna go pause the timer. I'm gonna need to take a quick little break right now, and then we will be right back. Okay, and we are back. Let's get this character out of AFK. And let's get back to our upgrade grind. It's hilarious that after grinding out the bronze, it's also literally a grind to actually spend the bronze as well. Um, yeah, I don't think this was in any way, shape, or form the way that Blizzard intended anyone to do things like save up all of their bronze and then buy a whole bunch of things all at once, because it's definitely not the most fun thing to be doing in Remix. So, oh, we forgot to restart the timer, but it's fine. We'll probably get a rough estimate anyway. Are we all 444? We are. So we can push to 458. And ideally we would carry some other people through the raids with us, but I feel a little bit selfish just running it completely solo. But I do want to see if I am actually able to completely solo. I want to see how many of the heroic dungeons I can just completely solo with a max eye level toon. I know normal mode solos are pretty easy. I don't know about heroic modes. I don't want to do normal modes because the boosting method we use later does include boosting inside one of the raids, one of the normal mode raids, and so I'd rather just keep all of my lockouts clean, because today we're not going to be streaming past reset, which is still like 6 hours from now, and that's just way too long. I'm sure no one wants to hear me talk for that long. If I'm wrong though, let me know in the comments, let me know in chat. If you guys do want to see a 9-hour stream or something wacky like that, let me know. We may end up doing something like that for actual War Within Go Live. Though I haven't really decided on how exactly I want to do that, because part of the issue is if I'm streaming stuff while I'm trying to make gold, a lot of times I worry that things are going to get sniped from under me. Like while I'm talking about something, someone's going to swipe up a whole bunch of like a cheap mat, or like just be a bit quicker at beating me to the punch on some of the market moves. Um, that said, I mean, I'm more concerned with making better quality content. Like I'd rather, if the choice is between having better quality content, like having better content, or making more gold, it's always gonna be content for me. Because I have more gold than I know what to do with. To be honest, that's part of the reason why it's piled up to 30 million gold. I may actually try and I may buy some of the, like, I may buy a boost for one of the mythic mounts, or all of the mythic mounts or something, before they drop to the super low, like before they fall to super low drop rates in the War Within. I think normally the pre-patch should still be safe from that. Boom, we're at the 500 eye level mark, which means we only have 3 more rounds of upgrades to go. So we're nearing the end, and yeah, as I sort of guesstimated, I think it takes about 10 or 15 minutes to actually spend all of the bronze to max out this character's gear. How are we doing on health? We're at 3 million health already. Jeez, okay. I think that's gonna be super OP with Touch of Death especially. I absolutely love using Touch of Death on whenever I'm playing a monk. That's one of the many things I love about the monk, because it's just like such an OP like I win button, especially on my level 20 twink, taking like, because when we run temple, you can actually just Touch of Death the first boss and completely skip all of the RP and everything. And I don't know, it's just always funny to me that he's giving his whole like speech, and like he's got these bubbles protecting him and whatever, and I just bonk him on the head with Touch of Death, and he turns into a loot pinata. All right. $528. We're in the final stretch, and then we can actually go do some content. I know we've spent a lot of time in the Infinite Bazaar. I think more or less the whole stream so far today we've just been in in town because we were first checking out all of our auctions and seeing everything that sold, how much gold we made, which for those of you just joining the stream now or you know, that are watching, maybe skipped ahead in the video on demand. If you go back, you can see that we made about a token's worth of gold in the past 3 or 4 days. Yeah, in about 3 days, we made a token's worth of gold. So, in profit, that is. All right, and so 542. And hopefully 556 is the next upgrade. I think we're on the second last round of upgrades. I would be surprised if there isn't an add-on that could have helped us probably speed this up, but how often are we really going to be upgrading gear in this much bulk? So yeah, I didn't bother spending the time to try and figure out if there's an add-on that can just probably automate some of this at least. Oh, what did I miss? 542. The chest piece. All right, and with that, we are finally going to upgrade our final item to max eye level. And there we go, 556. 556. 556. 556. And so a big part of the power level that you get from upgrading your gear is also because the Tinker's scale. So all of the Tinker sockets that we have slotted in, those scale extremely well with eye level. And let's see, for instance, neither of these are great examples. I think the gems should be a good indication because I think the gems also scale. And I mean, we can see, right? We're adding 14,130 stamina with this final upgrade with the gems. I mean, it's counting the gems in that as well. So it's not like that's all coming just from the item upgrade, but still, that's just wacky. Boom! We are finally eye level 476. This has been one of my goals since the start of Remix, whatever, like a month ago, I want to say. More, right? I think Remix was a total of 90 days, so we're more than past the halfway point. We've had the bronze to do it for a while, but we finally got around to actually doing it. And we are now sitting at a cool 5 million health. Jeez. Okay. Okay. Looks like we forgot to spend one of those talent points. And we still have another 60,000 bronze left over. Of course, we are going to be running heroic dungeons now, so we're going to be getting a whole bunch more bronze from all of that. But the other thing to note here is that what did I want to say? The other thing to note here is that we also want to save some bronze for the bones of Manaroth and the tusks of Manaroth and the remaining heirloom items that we need to pick up. So yeah, about 15 minutes in all. Forgot about our stopwatch here, but yeah, it took us about 15 minutes in all. All right, let's hop on our dragon riding mount. I don't know why my add-on is super annoying and doesn't let me. Why can't I touch? Technical issues on the Adrel show? Say it ain't so. That never happens. All right, let's just put our dragon riding mount onto our bar here. And we do have, okay, we've spent all of our points on this. We do have multi-mount enabled, like passenger mount mode enabled. So we can just fly on one character. Oh, I actually forgot where Mogushan Vault is. That's Siege of Orgrimmar. We don't want to start there. Nyalotha is not available in Remix. Up here, right? No, that's Shadowpan Monastery. Jeez. Terrace of Endless Springs is there. We can bash that Terrace of Endless Springs real quick. Did we pick up all the quests? Let's make sure we have all of the raid quests on both of those. Let's just go ahead and share that. Okay, and both of our characters already have that. I'm assuming Mogushan Vaults, the entrance should be somewhere around here. Sort of tells you how few times I've actually flown to the entrance of the actual raid, because usually I just, before I can even get there, someone's already summoned, right? Well, we know Lorewalker Cho is up there, and can take us into the LFR versions, but we're really not going to bother with LFR. We want to do the heroic version. Is that on one of the sides here? No, this is Mogushan Palace. Gate of the Setting Suns. Is it in Kunlai? Mogushan Vaults is up there. All right. Let's do them in order. Let's do them in order so that they're increasing in difficulty. Where is Quid? San Tidehunter is there. Is Quid still up, or did someone already take out that rare? Oh, we have a quest to turn in here. Okay, let's turn in the quest real quick. Let's see what Lorewalker Cho wants of us. We're gonna skip the cutscene because I just don't care enough to watch a dang cutscene. Zuin showed up here. We already have the Lorewalker's mount, so we're not gonna bother grinding it out in Remix. I love that my two characters are on different phases, so the NPCs they see are completely different, but they're still able to like mount up together and stuff. Seems kind of interesting. Theoretically, if we really wanted to min-max our boosting toon, we could complete the reputation grind on did we get that bronze, or did someone steal it from us? Oh no, it probably showed up here. Yeah, for some reason it shows up on the passenger and not the actual person doing the flying, which just seems a bit unfair. Because not only does the passenger get to just chill in the back. Oh, hit the wrong button. Shocking, I know. Well, we want more of those bronze, like, floaty things because they also give you vigor. So it does speed up getting to where we need to go a little bit every time we pick up one of those as well. Okay, this time the passenger didn't get it, and we got it on the actual character. All right, raids are set to heroic. I guess I need to figure out where I'm gonna park my mage in order to get this done. All right, let's get crack-a-lackin'. Now I'm trying to think what we should do to optimize how quickly that character is moving. We have Trailblazer on both of these characters. So the base movement speed is 156% versus on this guy it's 164%. Theoretically, if we... Well, we don't even have any speed gems that we can take off. We could probably swap Trailblazer with something else, but I didn't bring anything and it's all in my bank because I'm a moron. So we either take off Trailblazer and we're... we're still at 164% movement speed without Trailblazer? So Trailblazer's back on now. Without Trailblazer, we're at 134%. We do have some speed gems that we could swap out, or maybe we don't have them on this character. Where are all of my speed gems? They're distributed across a bunch of different characters. Do we have any legendary speed gems on this guy? I think we just have the one. And they're on the other characters. All right, let's just do it with the faster speed on that guy, and that way follow should work. I just need to be careful when I'm rolling and I need to make sure that the character we have following along with us doesn't die. Oh, looting is going to be annoying. I hate that they disabled free-for-all loot. But I suppose it kind of makes sense because of the fact that in any case the bronze we would need to loot on both of these characters. And so far it does seem like things are melting pretty quick. How much health do each of these guys? 365 million. Okay, so I think that one may take a little bit longer to get down. These fellows. Should we pop a Zuin? Oh, geez. Okay, so the slash follow thing may not be working. I clearly don't have quite the health pool on the other characters to support this. Yeah, we're not taking much damage on the main at least. Outside of like mechanics, which I think if I just for some of the tougher bosses, probably the like if I actually bothered to spend the time to figure out what mechanics do what, I think that even that wouldn't be happening. And the handy add-on GTFO there is telling us that we're not doing well. Boom. All right, let's loot. Did we get anything interesting? Well, we've already bought all of the appearances, so we're not gonna get anything in the way of appearances. I guess the only thing is we may get some better itemization. That's the only like difference I could imagine there being. Let's go ahead and throw a res out to this character. Oh, we also forgot to throw up all of our draughts and scrolls and all of that fun stuff. Stoneclaw? Is Stoneclaw a pet? Is that what it was saying that we would be likely to get? Alright, we want to go ahead on the character that we actually geared, not the one that's under-geared for this entire endeavor. Oh, you know what? It would have actually been kind of interesting to do if we had just used if we had reset our interface prior to running all the heroic dungeons to figure out how much bronze we get by soloing all the heroics. All right, let's do this. Let's take out these mobs and then we will reset our interface. Jeez. Okay, so we know we need to park that character quite a bit back. Our warlock does not, or our mage rather, does not have the health pool required to even tag along. And if you're watching live, let me know. Have you upgraded the gear on any of your characters? If so, have you tried soloing heroics, like heroic raids, or is there anything else fun that I should do while I'm like now that I've finally upgraded to max eye level? I do wanna get a mythic Siege of Orgrimmar in at some point. I think I will probably have to learn some of the mechanics for that. I don't know how tuned it, like how heavily tuned it is. All right, and with that said, I'm gonna take a quick 10-second break. See you guys in a few. All right, and we are back. So we got our mage rezzed, and we're just gonna park them behind this mob. Oh, dang it! I wanted to. All right, so our data is gonna be short one boss and some trash, but I don't think that should make a major difference in the grand scheme of things. Let's go ahead and loot and loot. Because I do also want to see the bronze per hour, and if it is any more efficient than my leveling alts method. Now, as I keep saying, I don't know any mechanics, but I know that they generally tend to tank him in this corner. So there is the distinct possibility that one of these mechanics is able to take me out, and because I don't know, because I don't remember any of the mechanics and I cannot be bothered to look them up, I won't know what's going on, and we will, in fact, wipe. Admittedly, this is the most like actual gameplay I've had to do in Remix in a long while, so. And also, this is probably going to be the longest that I've spent on any of these bosses. Outside of some gnarly like Throne of Thunder or Siege of Orgrimmar runs that I've had where characters were just too undergeared, where I just like didn't get high enough eye level characters involved. But let's see, we'll do Mogushan Vaults, we'll do Terrace of Endless Springs, and then we'll see how we're going, because this isn't the funnest thing in the world. And I don't know how enjoyable watching this on stream would be. But if you are watching live, do let me know in the chat. Is this something you guys want to see me do, or should we go level characters? How did how does the mage keep dying? I don't even know what's going on anymore. We parked him so far back. I think probably one of the mechanics probably targeted it. All right, let's go ahead and pop all of our buffs as well. No reason not to. I love that I remembered them earlier and then promptly forgot about them. All right. It looks like we've gotten 2 regular-sized bronze caches so far. So each of the bosses has dropped 1 each, I guess. I don't know how much of that is RNG though, because I believe some of the bosses dropped 2. What just happened to the mage? Is that some sort of like proc? Alright, I'm just gonna park the mage here. Let's gather up all this trash and DPS it down. We'll do Terrace of Endless Springs because that's pretty quick and that's just boss fight, boss fight, boss fight. Like there's barely any trash at all. But yeah, I mean, I see what people are saying in that like I feel like upgrading your gear in Remix is kind of, in some ways, could be a little bit pointless. I mean, I guess if you want to do Mythic Siege of Orgrimmar, then maybe, and like you want to be able to contribute. But presumably, I'm sure you could just form a group and figure it out, right? Like I don't. Maybe that would have been an interesting experiment to do. But then I would have felt weird about just like getting a whole bunch of people to carry me without giving them a heads up that they were just giving me a free carry. But as far as like trying to get, what do you call it? Oh, we need to damage these guys. I was wondering why the boss wasn't spawning. I love that my tinkers are just killing the trash without me even doing anything. Like, I'm literally just standing here um, and using Jade Lightning on like flying mobs, and they're just trying to attack me and then getting taken out by the tinkers. Um, but no, so my point was that like I don't know that I get that it's fun being OP in this mode, but if I really wanted to be OP in Mists of Pandaria, I could literally just do that on retail. I wouldn't even have to do it on the level 70, right? Like I would still be able to wipe the floor with all these mobs in regular WoW if I was so desperate to like be OP in Mists of Pandaria, you know what I mean? Like it's not like there's any sort of like it's not like this is something that's not doable on retail. Jeez, we're on the second boss and I'm already low-key kind of bored. I'm glad I didn't do this sooner. Well, I don't know about glad I didn't do this sooner, but I'm not upset that I didn't do this sooner. I mean, like, I guess if I had done it sooner, I would have realized that soloing it is less fun. It's definitely more fun with a group. Like actually coming in here with some more players. It's probably a bit like it's probably a lot. Well, it's not probably. It is a lot quicker, and is a little more fun than having to res my mage who has died yet again. I should slot some stamina gems into that character just so I don't have to res him after every single boss. This is ridiculous. This is goofy. All right, and so that's the third boss done, and we're halfway through. Jeez. Okay, we got a weapon, but I think that's an appearance we already have, so not too much value there either. Let's res, let's loot. Let's get on with our lives. Annoyingly, none of the like we just looted a weapon off of this, like on this character too, but it again wasn't one of the appearances that we needed. Yeah, I guess the main reason to upgrade the gear on this character would just be for boosting more alts through, which certainly is a thing we can do. Oh, I wanted to add some more stamina gems, didn't I? And probably armor gems wouldn't hurt either. We'll keep the speed. It honestly does not matter which gems we slot in, because I don't think any of them are... Well, there's no avoidance gem. And we're not doing any damage on this character, so leech isn't going to be super handy either, but the stamina that they have alone will be of some value. And these are all legendary gems. The hilarious thing is that these this character already has 6, 7, 8, 9, already had 9 armor gems slotted in. So despite that, they're still not able to survive at all, which is kind of funny in its own way. All right, we still have 5 more gem sockets. So let's just fill these up all the way and let's see what that gets our health pool to. I don't know what we started at, but we're at about 1 million health now. And I think once we put in the rest of these leech gems, okay, not quite 1 million health, but almost there. So hopefully we don't have to res them after every single boss. Do we need to talk to Laura Walker Cho here? All right, we're halfway through. think it's... I want to say it's these ones that start first, one of these two packs. But because I've now said that on stream, it's definitely going to be one of the other packs. Because that's just how my luck goes. Sorry, gang, just a second. Alright. Let's hurry up and take care of this trash. Now, admittedly, if we did just let this character go max like speed, we would probably be able to get through the dungeon, through the raid a little bit quicker. But not enough that I think it's worth, because of the fact that I'm trying to dual box this and have both characters relatively close by to each other. I don't think it's gonna make much of a difference. Oh, we didn't check if we capped out on any of our secondaries. We're at 22,000, so we're not quite at the crit cap, but we're at 97.6%, which is near enough to the crit cap that it probably doesn't matter. I am gonna throw Trailblazer on here, just because why not? And we're fully gemmed for crit and versatility, so once we hit crit cap, we can start taking off some of the crit gems, and then versatility I think is also capped at 32,000. Oh geez, okay, that's not good. Oh wow, okay, we actually managed to wipe. Okay, it took us 4 bosses before we wiped. It took us 3 bosses rather. We wiped on our 4th boss. Oh geez, the respawn point is this far back. Maybe I shouldn't have released, because my mage can res in what do you call it, in remix, right? Using the little item that they give us. Oh, I gotta buff up again. I wonder which mechanic it was that I missed. Oh, we were out of range for them to get the buffs. Alright, let's go again. I could probably check my combat log to figure out which of the mechanics it was that took us out. I know you can't stand in front of those thingamabobbers. Oh, Annihilate's probably the one. There we go. I feel like anything called Annihilate is probably good to step out of range for. Alright, I know we need to get out of the way of these guys. That much I know. Alright, Kiang is down. Only got 3 more of these fellows to get through. Oh no, he charged. Jeez. Okay, so that's the bad part, I guess, of dual boxing this, because he tried to charge the other character and reset himself. So that's not great. Guess we gotta attempt that again. Jeez. All right, we may do terrace. We may do terrace. I'm honestly in two minds about that now as well. I'm wondering if we should just after this spend the rest of the stream trying to level some more characters, because this everything we're doing right now is literally just for kicks and giggles, and if I'm not having fun doing it, it's probably not fun to watch on stream, and also it's, I mean, what's the point, right? Like I'm doing this literally just for the fun of it, and yeah, we already have max gear on this character, so we don't need any more bronze. I will probably do a mythic Siege of Orgrimmar clear at some point, just to get the achievement. Um, and beyond that, I don't know how much I'm necessarily going to be playing this character. I may save Touch of Death for the end, in all honesty. Oh no, rolled right into that. That was not good. Do not do that, I would advise. That's not good. Oh no, is this gonna be a wipe? Oh no, another wipe? Jeez. I think I need to somehow find a way to avoid those arrows. I also need to keep the mage close enough by that he doesn't charge him, or that could just be an RNG thing, and I may just need to be lucky with the RNG. Um, I'm honestly getting I'm honestly getting bored enough that we may not even get through the entirety of Mogushan Vaults. Uh, I think we're gonna give this one more attempt, and then we may just call it, because I do not need the bronze. We completed the quest, the daily quest, for all that's worth. Now we need to buff up. I don't know how much of a difference the actual buffs are gonna make, though. Probably not much, if we're being completely honest. Oh, we didn't even res. We didn't res the mage, so hopefully that disables the mechanic that I got incapacitated by the last time. Because he certainly can't charge a corpse, I would hope. Like, I don't think it should be that much of an issue. Let's try and see if we can. Oh, I didn't get out of the way in time. I don't know. If you're watching live, let me know in chat. Do you want to see me continue to uh, to attempt this raid, or should we call it and go level characters instead? Because that's gonna have a more lasting impact in any case. I mean, I'll be honest. I did think that the bosses would fall over quicker with a max level character, but I guess mechanics and yeah, I guess it's just a mechanics thing. I guess you can't like outpower some, like you can't just like outgear some of these mechanics, which is probably why it's why I'm struggling as much as I am. All right, I think we are gonna res and just call it here for the raids at least. Do we have a Nostrin's Vatcher? Okay, good. We have a bunch of them on deck. Let's make sure that Kutari has a Nostwin's voucher. Oh, strangely enough, he doesn't. Right, let's trade over like 3 of these. Although, no, wait, we don't want to do that. Yeah, well, it's too late. We used it up already. I don't think this will take us to Shrine. I think this will take us to the Noswin's Bazaar in. Oh, it did. Never mind. Okay, then it's fine. Cause that's I wanted to go to Shrine. I was wondering if it was going to take me to the Kunlai Summit Infinite Bazaar instead. All right, let's go ahead and open up all these caches and see. Yeah, the bronze per hour estimate's not going to be super accurate, but because we did waste a bit of time. So around 17,000 bronze per hour. So, I mean, not a huge difference from, what do you call it, from leveling alts. But of course, we had to grind out all this bronze because that's 600,000 bronze that we spent. You could have put towards your cosmetics instead. And I think that would have been a better use of your bronze. So I still think leveling characters is the fastest way. Also because the bronze per hour on leveling characters is higher than 17,000. Now, if you were to just blast through Mogashan Vaults in like 6 minutes with a full max gear group, that could be interesting. Like, that may be quicker. But honestly, with the amount of time investment that you need to put in to get a character to the point where you have max level gear, I'm finding it hard to like recommend that as a method, like yeah, I wouldn't recommend it, to cut a long story short. All right, we are at the 2.5 hour mark exactly. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna take a quick little break, stretch a bit, and then we're gonna come back, create 2 more characters, hop on our level 20 Twink Monk, boost them to level 35. I think level 35 is the minimum they need to be, to try out the method that we have planned. Although we may take them to about level 34-ish or so. And then we're gonna put together a group for Mogashan Vaults, get that clear done real quick. Then we will start leveling them individually, and we'll do it. We'll do at least one of them, and then we'll decide on the other one. Because I want to first of all, I want to test out if that method works, and if it's worth doing. Also, if it isn't, then we won't bother like spending the bronze on upgrading a character on our second account to the point that they can boost. Yeah, and we'll just go ahead and spend that bronze on buying the remaining cosmetics. We're gonna keep leveling alts anyway. Well, I don't know. We may not spend that bronze, honestly, just because of the fact that like we're going to have so much more bronze coming from leveling on those alts. I mean, leveling those alts alone is gonna give us another 120,000 bronze alone, which is already how much we have on the mage that we were just playing on. Slightly more now that we ran the raids and things like that. I do need to figure out what races and classes I want to roll, because we have 2 monks, we have a demon hunter, and this demon hunter will probably level up in the pre-patch. They're already level 60. It wouldn't take too long to push them to level 70. So we have 2 demon hunters already. We have 2 hunters at level 70. We have 1 priest, and this priest as well will probably just level up during the pre-patch, if anything. So we have 2 priests on paper. We only have 1 mage, but we'll level up this mage as well. Well, we have this mage. We'll be leveling up this mage, and we'll probably also level up this mage. So I think we're good for mages. We have this warlock, and we have this warlock. So we have 2 warlocks. We only have 1 paladin, so we should probably roll a paladin. So we will do one more. We'll do a paladin. We have 2 death knights. We have this one and we have this one. This character, I think we just need to delete at some point, because it is what it is. I think I just didn't get around to deleting him. It was the point. And then we have this evoker who we're going to level in the pre-patch because we wanted to take them through the normal way and unlock the mounts. So we got 8 mounts on this character, which you can check out my last stream. I may also put together a short little video about this where we hit 500 mounts and unlock the like spectrally looking friggin' Audic mount thing. But so that this evoker we're gonna level in pre-patch, and then we have this evoker who we've already leveled up through remix. So what does that leave us in terms of classes? Let's take a look here. Warrior. We don't have a warrior, I don't think. So we may do a warrior. We need to do a paladin. We don't have any max level druids. We have this druid who we will take up in the pre-patch as well. But we may do another druid. Druids are always great for running, like speed running dungeons and things like that to farm for transmog or what have you. So we need to do another druid. We need to do another paladin. I may actually just create all those characters and log in on them already today, just so that they start gathering rested XP. I don't like that will pollute the data a little bit in terms of how fast it is for them to level and so forth, but I don't think there's a huge I don't think it's going to make a huge amount of difference because rested XP goes through super quick, right? It's like a level and a half, so it really wouldn't make a difference in the grand scheme of things. We may even just use this warrior actually, since we do need to level a warrior. In terms of races, we have, it's probably worth doing some accounting for that as well, because the Nightborns that we have are all going to have inscription on them, most likely. And so we have 2 Nightborns here. I think this character's a Nightborn, right? I am looking forward to the War Within interface that'll tell you what like race and class and professions each of these characters have. That's definitely going to be super handy, because especially with this many alts, it's going to be a nightmare keeping track of who's where and what they do and what professions they have and stuff like that. So that's definitely going to be a game changer. Check out my streams from the beta if you want to see more of what the warband interface and stuff looks like. But coming back to the point here, so inscription, we have two Nightborns who have the inscription on them. We do have a High Mountain Tauren who gets some bonus mining skill. Don't really care too much about that. The only thing that could be interesting that we may use that character for is for farming meat and fish. Because especially early expansion, we want to power level cooking as quickly as we can. And when we tested out cooking on the beta, we actually went through like a realistic leveling approach to cooking on one of the streams. You can check out the videos on demand or check out my YouTube channel for more info on that. It didn't it required quite a bit of meat, but not so much that it would be unrealistic to farm it all up within like an hour or two. So I don't think we need another Highborn is my point. Another High Mountain Tauren is my point there. Maghar Orcs don't have any profession bonuses. Faster mount speed presumably would be handy for gathering, but I don't know if that impacts dragon riding, so sort of a moot point there as well. Discovering more gold from creatures, not a huge deal. We have a Zandalari troll that we leveled already for the heritage armors. Don't really care too much about the heritage armors, but we can still do that quest and get that done. Volpera. I really like Volperas for alts. The 8 additional backpack slots are great for bankers. But the other thing is the make camp ability is going to be super handy as well for like tailoring alts, right? Presumably the cooldowns require us to go to somewhere to, similar to Dragonflight, the like tailoring cooldowns, and we're going to want a lot of alts with tailoring on them just for the cooldowns alone. Being able to port there real quick is going to be a huge time saver, and if we're running an alt army the way we are, like the way we plan to, every minute we can save per character is going to be exponentially valuable, right? Orcs, no professions bonuses to speak of. Undead, same thing. Tauren, I mean, they have the herbalism skill and speed. Again, I don't really plan on herbalizing too much, and I think for both of the gathering professions, the perception bonus that the Drakthir get is better anyway, so probably our evokers if we have gatherers, they're going to be the evokers. The trolls don't get any benefits. Blood elves, we have enchanting, but I have quite a few blood elves already, and my main is a blood elf with enchanting, so I don't know how much advantage we're going to get off of that. The thing we do need one more of, though, is a goblin. And so we may do something wacky like a. Well, we may either do a goblin warrior or like a goblin shaman. Um, because ideally we want one character that we can also queue up as a healer, just so that we have instant queues in. We want one character that can tank and one character that can heal. And so ideally we want a character that, like we want one of each of those so that our. Well, no, we don't need a tank because our Twink Monk queues as tank. So if we have a healer in the party, then it's instant queues more or less every time we're queuing up for heroic dungeons. So yeah, either a shaman or a yeah, so a shaman will meet that requirement. And then that's it, right? The Pandaren cooking skill increase. I mean, not a huge deal. The monk we just leveled is a Pandaren monk, so is a Pandaren monk. So yeah, I mean, basically the only other race that we need is we need like another goblin or two. We may do it. We'll probably do two goblins in all honesty. Goblins are great not only for the alchemy skill bonus, which is going to be huge because alchemy is always super competitive, and being able to use up less concentration is going to be an advantage, especially for something like alchemy, where if you're saving five what do you call it, concentration per craft, that's going to be big, right? With something like a gear crafting profession, you're probably not going to need as much concentration, but for alchemy, that can add up real quick because you're crafting in volume. The other nice benefits of it, for alts, you definitely want to have one max level goblin at all times because of the vendor discounts, especially for like crafting mats and stuff like that, right? Like when you are buying vendor mats that you may need, and the War Within beta does seem to have a handful of those. You want to buy them on your goblin because they will get the best price regardless of renown or whatever else. So you definitely want one goblin, but they're also, I mean, having multiple isn't a bad thing. And with warband banks, it's going to be super easy to just hop onto your goblin, buy all the vendor mats that you need for all of your characters, and dump them in the warband bank, and just have all of your characters pull from that, right, that you got at the lower price. The other nice thing is the personal bank is also a nice little handy thing. I'm not sure if that gives you access to your warband bank. In the beta, I haven't tinkered around with that quite yet, but that could be an advantage as well. Anyway, I've ranted about the benefits and disadvantages of all of the classes on prior streams. I still haven't fully decided if we are going to bother with leveling, alliance characters. Let me know in the comments of the chat if you want to see me do that. I think the interesting part of that could also be setting up an alliance level 20 twink. But essentially, if we were to do that, the reason we would do that would be to have one gnome for the engineering bonus, to have a Draenei for the jewel crafting bonus. Skinning we don't really care too much about. But then the Void Elves, I think, don't have anything interesting. I think the Lightforged Draenei are interesting because of the blacksmithing skill. And the Dark Iron Dwarves, what's the thing? They can summon a forge. So the choice between Lightforged Draenei or Dark Iron Dwarf is whether we want blacksmithing skill increase in crafts faster or blacksmithing skill and can summon a forge. I think I would go with the Dark Iron Dwarf, and honestly, between these two choices. Because a forge you can just buy, like the engineers can craft an item that makes it super easy to pull up a forge. But also the mole machine could be interesting. And then Kulturans, ideally you want to stack as many Kulturans as you can because they get a bonus to all skill professions, right? I need to still figure out my entire plan in terms of what professions I plan on having where and how many of each I have. One of the reasons why I want to have multiple of each profession is because of the fact that Artisan's Acuity is a huge limiting reagent in the first couple of weeks of the expansion. You only get it for your first craft bonuses, and that's also not much. You get like 1 for each. But you will also have the treasures, and you'll have NPC work orders available to each character that also reward Artisan's Metal. So essentially, the idea would be that on my main person, like my main profession haver for each trade skill, I would want to conserve as much of the artisan's acuity as I can for things like recipes, etc. And I would want to instead send a crafting order, like a personal crafting order, to an alt that I care less about their profession progression on, and have them use up their artisan's acuity. Which will farm up through, the treasures and from the first craft bonuses and from the NPC work orders on those characters. And so already in week 1 or week 2, we should be able to then have all of our blue profession equipment, which will keep us a little bit ahead of the pack. Now, that may get pretty sweaty. I'm not gonna lie. My hope is that I can make it a little bit less sweaty by sort of doing it on 2 characters at once, and with the multi-person dragon flying, it should be a little bit quicker, because I can basically then pair off like the tailors and have 2 tailors going around and flying around to the different spots to loot the different treasures and the profession master, etc. But we'll see. All right. Anyways, rant done. Let me take a quick break, and then we'll come back, create characters, and start our leveling. Today may be a little bit of a longer stream than usual, but it is what it is. All right, see you guys in a bit. Alright, and we are back. And of course, we can't level without sour candy, so we've got some sour candy on deck as well. Let's get cracking here. So I think totally we need to save up around 35 heroic tokens. Let me know in the comments, by the way, if you guys, in the comments or in the chat if you're watching live. And thank you to those of you who are watching live, by the way. Let me know if you guys want to see me do the alliance thing as well. So set up a level 20 twink for alliance, as well as what do you call it? Then start power leveling alliance characters through remix as well. All right, let's open up our booster character, who I think is on this account. Let's find out together. And hopefully my system is able to now handle, after all the upgrades and all the tinkering that I've been doing, hopefully my system is able to handle 3 instances of WoW at max settings, and we don't have too much of an issue. I did try and fix the frame rates a bit in WoW itself, so do let me know if this stream looks a bit smoother. Or if not as well, let me know if it doesn't. Let me know if that didn't work and I still need to tweak it a bit more. All right, and here's our lovely Twink Monk. So let's go ahead and log on to that character. And all right, so we said we're going to do 2 goblins, I think is what we said we're going to do. Yeah, let's do 2 goblins, and let's do a... We said we wanted to do a... I think on this character... Well, we want to do a paladin. I'm thinking probably a... Well, we should do a Blood Elf Paladin at some point, because there is a mount that you can only get on a Blood Elf Paladin. I think I have found a little teensy loophole that I may do a video on, or a little short, like do a what do you call it, like a short, a YouTube short, TikTok short, and that sort of thing on. If it works the way I intend it to. Oh, and we don't have the interface. All right, so we want to do a Blood Elf Paladin at some point, probably on my main account. This is the main account. All right, so on my main account, we wanted to do a Goblin. We want to do a Druid as well, is what we said. But in terms of Goblins, what character do we want next? Should we do a Warrior? I don't have a max level Warrior. We may do a Warrior on this account, and on this account, like a Shaman? Because I don't have a max level Shaman either. Where does it tell me what tank or melee? Healer, range damage, or melee damage. Okay. So, yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. Shaman, we have we have a max level priest, we have a max level rogue, max level hunter. We haven't done a shaman or a warrior yet. We've done demon hunter, evoker, death knight, monk, and so then it's just paladin and druid left. And the blood elf, we'll do a blood elf paladin, and we'll figure out what we do for the druid. But that'll be probably the next round of characters that we take through. All right, let's try and find a simple enough name. Mozik, I like it. Evingber, Gindik. Don't love the ending of that. Kagik. Sure, why not? And we're just gonna literally randomize the appearance because I cannot be bothered to customize 2 goblins right now. And we can always tweak them again later at the barbershop, so it's not a huge deal. All right, let's go ahead and log these toons in, and then we'll fix our add-ons on this character because we need to import the whatchamacallit, the layout, right? Yeah, we're going to pick up the dungeon, the raid, and the scenario quest, but we're not going to complete them until those, like, we're not going to turn them in until the toons are level 70, as always, because of the fact that the rewards are a lot better at level 70, and we will have them at 70 before this lockout. So, yeah. And if in case we are... What is this? Deeply rooted... What? Okay. don't know why that popped up. It must have to do with the new character that we just created. We definitely want to exit config mode on all these, but either way, let's load up the right add-on set that we need for both of these. Time running, load, and then we have to manually uncheck console port on each of these. I don't know why it insists on re-enabling console port. Oh, we didn't set this to time running yet, have we? Boom, boom. Those are done. Let's get them invited into the party. Probably should have done that before reloading the UI. Kagik /in Kagik. All right, now we're all partied up. Let's just tidy up our interface a little bit. Edit mode. We want the streaming preset. How do I share? Copy to clipboard. There we go. All right. And hopefully these characters take less time to set up than most of my characters usually end up taking. Because every time we've tried to do a speed run, I end up wasting a bunch of time trying to fix my interface. Well, first things first, we got to put it into edit mode and change this to that. And then we want to come into options and we want to make sure that auto loot is not on. But more importantly, we want to make sure that we have our action bars. It's not actually going to make a difference for anything we're planning on doing, but just it's going to annoy me when the action bars aren't there. And I want to link things to them. All right. With that done and in place, we have the weak auras enabled as well. Let's I can't remember which character is on which account. All right, let's move that character there and this character here. And of course, as always, when we're multi-boxing, we are manually clicking through everything. So this is all completely within the terms of service, of course. Just want to emphasize that if in case anyone, I know some people feel some kind of ways about multi-boxing. But this is all very, very much within the terms of service. There are things you can do that would still be within the terms of service, like tweaking your window settings to help make it a little bit easier, but I haven't bothered doing any of that because I just want to make very, very sure that we are completely within the terms of service here. All right, and let's go ahead and equip our cloaks. And as always, we have the same weak auras that we always run, which are this one here is going to show us our cloak status. So we're starting off with 100% bonus experience. We have the bronze tracker here, including the bronze per hour. And at the top here, we have our XP tracker as well. Now, I don't recall if we need to, I think we still need to do this quest. I don't know that we need to do it, but it takes 10 seconds to do. So we might as well just get it done and get our characters positioned where we want them. And let's go ahead and scrap on this character while we're doing that as well. Has the cutscene started? Yeah, let's go ahead and skip these cutscenes. And we're going to be doing a lot of /follow, so might as well go ahead and link that up. It's the interesting thing is it will tell you that you need to turn in that quest to unlock the group finder, but you can actually literally the second you have your cloak, you can hop into the group finder. I tend to end up I tend to like to run this first quest just because it takes like 10 seconds and you get a little chest from it and some XP, which I mean honestly with the heroic dungeons being as quick as they are, it doesn't really take too much like we don't really need any more experience than what we already get from the heroics, but both characters get quest credit for this. So for spamming 1 and 2 for a couple of seconds, you get a loot chest as well as another quest completion and some threads and what have you. So it's I tend to think it's worth taking time for. Is it the most efficient XP per hour? I don't know, but I'm also not too concerned in all honesty. Although I guess in remakes it should be more like XP per minute or XP per second as opposed to XP per hour. All right, with that done, ideally we should fly them over to the Infinite Bazaar, not for any real reason. I mean, we can pick up the jewelry, but we're not doing any combat on these characters, so it's not really going to make too much of a difference. Let's go ahead and share all of the quests. Let's do that first and foremost, just to make sure that we don't forget to do that later on. And then we're gonna get cracking with our heroic dungeons. Is there anything else we need to do? I think we're good. I think we're more or less good to go. I think these cache of infinite treasures are, the loot is determined at the time that you receive them, as opposed to when you open them. So I don't think saving them up till later is worth doing. And these two quests we're just gonna keep until we're in our like late 60s to maximize the amount of XP we get from them. I think the thing that we wanted to do is to fly over to, not to Honeydew Village, but to Honeydew Village. All right, let's hop on one of our multi-mounts. And of course I can't remember the name of either of my multi-mounts, but we need to enable multi-dragon flying on those characters as well. We need to enable multi-dragon riding, rather. Oh, I'm flying the wrong way. That's not great. And we'll just fly over here, complete the dragon riding quest real quick. And then hop into heroics. And I think we need to camp out here until I think it's like level 15 or something, at which we get at which we unlock can never remember the right NPC to enable multi-flying mounts, even though it's literally the one just right in front of you. I always end up going to the wrong one first. All right, there we go. Now we have passenger mounting on our dragon riding mount. I cannot wait until I think already in the pre-patch you'll be able to toggle that just from the dragon riding interface itself. Let's go ahead and queue up, and then we will get on with everything else. Oh, we didn't import the edit mode layout, so let's just fix that real quick. Okay, and ideally I would move this, but it was a pain in the butt to configure on my other characters, so I'm just not gonna bother. All right, queued up. Boom, instant queues, like I was saying. All right, so now it's dungeon blasting time, and we'll buff up once we're inside the dungeon, even though it makes zero difference on this level 20 twink. This character's so OP that it's really it really makes no difference whatsoever, but we're still gonna do it all the same. And so idly for Sholomance, what you want to do is you would want to move your characters forward so that they get XP off of the last two bosses. But in my experience, I haven't really bothered doing that. Maybe we'll try doing that this run. But in order to do that, I need to make sure that I've cleared out all of the trash. And of course, as always, on the what do you call it? On the account that you have your XP locked on, your starter account, you want to make sure to loot everything because you cannot rely on it coming to you in the mailbox. For the other characters, it does. All right, we skipped a little RP thingamabobber. I actually don't know where the point is at which I need to park characters for them to get XP. Since we are planning on bringing characters through here, we're just going to go ahead and take out all these guys. It doesn't look like they give any XP because we haven't... We can track our alternative character, like the alts experience up here. So it looks like some of them give XP, but most of them don't. And we'll probably move them forward once we're like when we're waiting for the RP for Rattlegore or for the next boss. And hopefully we don't have any characters die during that period. All right, we've got to pull all of these guys around the corner here. So let's just line of sight them. And while we're waiting for them to pull, we'll move these characters forward. Or ideally we want to do that when we're not doing anything that gives XP, because then one of them is a little bit ahead of the other one, which never fails to annoy me. And ideally for maximum min-maxing benefits, we would actually go ahead and loot, because you get more bronze that way. But I don't know that I can be bothered with that, in all honesty. All right, let me go ahead and disable sound on this. Getting 3 windows worth of okay, it seems like that didn't do anything, so looks like sounds were already disabled. All right, here we're gonna pop our... Oh, I always end up hitting... I gotta move this mail thing up here because I want to use that toy that you can buy at the Infinite Bazaar, by the way, if you don't already have it from OG Mists. It just allows you to pull the entire room. And it looks like we missed one of them, which is not good because there's a chance that they start attacking our boosties. Why didn't they get any XP from that? Are they already too far behind? So I mean, we'll get the bonus experience tokens in our mailbox, of course. So that's not an issue. But ideally, we want them to get as much boss experience as well. It's not a huge amount. It doesn't make a significant difference. But if we're running the dungeons anyway, then why not, right? Anyways, let's just park them here. And then come back over to our monk. We gotta loot. We gotta loot here, and we gotta loot back there. I probably could have popped Chi-Chi in all honesty. And I think that should be far enough along that they get experience from Dark Master Ganding as well. You want to kill the NPC that's here, Professor Slate. Oh, jeez. Okay, I think we already looted him because he does drop a little bit more boss than most of the trash does. All right, that wasn't our quickest run. Probably could have been a little bit quicker. I'm going to take the risk of queuing up with the rest of the party. The only issue is that sometimes it takes them a while, like it is right now, for them to pick a spec and to accept the queue, like they just did right then, right? Because ideally we want to just get in and out of these dungeons as quickly as possible. And we've accepted the queue on everyone, so we can come back here. Oh, we didn't empty our bags and we didn't do all of the things, but it is what it is. All right, so we're going to pull everyone here, and then we're going to touch of death the boss. Of these dungeons, I feel like Temple is the quickest. And we do have to wait here for the loot. I mean, theoretically, if we don't care about loot on the Twink, which we kind of don't, we don't really need to bother waiting for the loot, because there's not really anything that this boss is going to drop that's going to do us much good of anything, right? Like, best case scenario, I guess, are the threads, but even that's not really anything we care about, right? Because we're already capped on all of our stats, so it's not like we can do anything more there anyway. Oh, we did want to pick up these quests though, because they take just a second to pick up, and then even less time to complete. Oh jeez, I got stunned into a corner. The problem with like doing things on the alt characters while you're power leveling is that it is less efficient time wise if you're trying to be super uh like time sensitive and super speed runny. But I think I've abandoned all hope of me being a speedrunner anytime soon. And so we're going to take out this last boss, and then we are going to Chiji and run to the fourth boss. We don't need it. We don't need to queue up again. The main reason we want to do that is because it's a bonus experience token, and it takes barely any time to do. And also that'll while we're waiting for the RP on that boss, we will um, run these characters through to the two bosses that we just took out and loot them for the quest items. And then we'll turn them in the next time we pop in here. We won't bother running back. I know in some past, yeah, so this quest is already done, right? Boom. And like I said, this is also a great way to get all of the, what do you call it? Your traveler's log done. All right, and so we're using the no XP loot add-on so that we loot everything except for the bonus experience. Oh, we already have one of those tinkers, I guess, from something. And we're not going to bother with, well, we can pick up the threads of experience, but it's just going to put our characters on two different, like, both of our characters are going to have different amounts of bonus experience on their cloak, which is just triggers my OCD a tiny bit. All right, we're at stage 2. All right, we're gonna loot this boss as well, primarily for the quest item more than anything else, to be honest. Boom. And let's queue up again. Yeah, so I mean, RNG can make a decent bit of difference on how much bonus experience you get, right, on your cloak. But just for the sake of normalization and figure out just exactly how things are with the, let's say, worst case scenario RNG, or if you're not wasting time actually going in to loot the bosses, I tend to not bother with it. Jesus. I hate when this is the risk of not leaving the dungeon at the end and then starting a queue with only the people in your party. Is that some people just do not understand that you're trying to go as quickly as possible, which is fair enough, I suppose. If you are just generally playing the game, then you're probably not as concerned about like min-maxing, you know, how quick you're getting in and out of dungeons, um, which is fair enough. Boom, done. I gotta get rid of this ethereal soul trader. How do I unsummon him? I was hoping that by having the ethereal soul trader, I would be able to farm the currency because of how many mobs were killing on this toon when every time we run one of these dungeons. But it seems like Blizzard's a step ahead of me, and yeah, even though these kills would count if we were doing them on retail, in what do you call it? In remix, none of the mobs drop the currency that those ethereal traders use for transmog. It's not a great looking transmog. It just looks like you're bandaged up. It's not. I don't miss the fact that I don't have that transmog. It's not like if I had it, I would use it for anything. But I just thought it could be an easy way to pick that up. All right, so this boss is optional, but it's an extra XP token, and it doesn't take that long to pick it, like to take him out as well. So it's usually I find to be worth it to just get it done as well. Now, I have wanted to figure out if this last boss... Yeah, okay. So for this dungeon, we don't need to move anyone from the start. Let's actually go ahead and queue up for the next one as well, so that whoever's in this party that's going to take their sweet time to accept the queue and to pick a role and do all that jazz can do that while we're taking out the rest of this trash. Although that may have just been the dungeon completion XP, because I'm seeing that actually none of these characters, like none of these mobs that we're killing here are giving any experience to the characters that are parked at the start. So probably would make sense to move them up for this dungeon as well if you aren't multi-boxing, or if you know, have multiple screens, or like have an easier way of, like, have a simple way of doing that. This dungeon as well, I think Brother Zoloft, like I think the last two bosses you don't actually get experience unless you move the characters forward. It's just so like it's so delicate getting them in the right position and making sure they don't die on the way and all that, that I haven't bothered in the past, and I don't think I'm going to start bothering with these runs. I mean, like, let's say best case scenario, it gives you what, like one dungeon, two dungeons worth of additional experience. Like each dungeon's taking us 2 minutes. I'd rather just run another dungeon and not have to worry about moving everyone forward every single time. And so, thank you again to everyone who's watching live. If you're enjoying the stream, let me know. If you're watching the video on demand, drop a comment. Let me know in chat. If you guys have tried leveling any alts with Remix, if you're planning on, if you've checked out my guide, or if you followed any of my leveling methods, like any of the leveling methods I tested out on stream. I think it's a bit generous to call them my leveling methods when I've really just experimented a bit with things that people far smarter than me have come up with. All right, now this boss is always tricky because you need to DPS him down quick enough that that they don't charge any of the other players, because that will happen sometimes, and that'll reset the boss and cause a huge lot, like we'll waste a lot of time. I think we also had another bug in which we were stuck in combat in this exact dungeon because someone did something that they shouldn't have been doing, where they pulled they just kept chain pulling mobs, and then we left party and we couldn't drop combat, and it was a whole thing. It was a whole shebang. All right, so we're at level 18 now. The first method that we tried, and honestly the method that I enjoyed more out of the two, was to just have, let's go ahead and pick up this quest. I don't think we're going to complete it, but let's pick it up anyway, and then if we complete it, we can turn it in. Well and good. It's more XP, right? All right, so we're back at Temple of the Jade Serpent. While we're waiting for the RP on the last boss, we will turn in that final quest. I don't know if we're going to bother running through to actually loot, though. Ooh, and Touch of Death is off cooldown, so we are good to go. The reason I do like taking out that trash is because they will sometimes go attack whoever you're boosting, which is never fun. Like, if you don't take out all of these guys, they sometimes start leeching onto the characters you have parked at the entrance. Alright, let's hop up here, loot, and then speed run till the end. We can't pop Chi because we need it for after that, after the third boss. All right. Boom. Done. I don't know why these fellows are still haven't caught up with the rest of the group, but boom, bam, done. Boss down. Let's kill the trash. I love that the doors hadn't even closed by the time we were done. Keep that door open for us. All right, let's pop Chi and let's sprint up on out of here. And if you want to know like what tinkers I'm running and you know what I recommend and my thoughts on the other tinkers and why I think these are the most efficient ones, you can check out my my guide on using a level 20 twink and the entire leveling method. And we're just gonna AoE. I hate these RP heavy bosses. Now I think the worst dungeon in terms of XP per minute is definitely the brewery. Yeah. Because it just has a lot of RP and yeah, I think literally every single boss has like an RP thing before they spawn, which is annoying when you're trying to blast through dungeons. I don't think we're gonna bother looting because we're not doing any of the XP threads anyway. So yeah, no point. And give me 1 second, I just need to fix my air conditioner. Alright, let's pop the Q. And we're at level 20 already. At level 25, you can already do Mogushan vaults if you're so inclined. I think we will wait until we're like level 35 in order to do it, and we'll see. Now, I think we were saying that we should ideally move characters up for this dungeon in order to get the maximum experience, but I really cannot see myself bothering to do so. The experience tokens are what we're after in any case, so if we're running a little bit low on boss XP, it's not going to be the end of the world for us. SRP's a little annoying, but nothing too bad. And I'm trying to chew as quietly as I can because I'm not sure if the mic is picking it up. And I know a lot of people don't like, well, I think most people don't like hearing mouth noises when they're watching a stream, but if you are watching, let me know if the mic's picking that up. Alright, that's another dungeon down. And we're at level 21. Oh, we gotta queue up for the next one. And I could probably put together a macro that both leaves this dungeon as well as queues up for the next one. I think I did see a macro somewhere for it. I just can't be bothered to find it right now. Did we loot the boss? Oh, we forgot to loot the boss. That may be helpful. Not entirely certain why, to be honest, because like I said, there's not really anything in the way of rewards that we need on the twin characters. We've maxed out on gems, maxed out on yeah, and so for this instance as well, we're not going to bother. Like for this run, we're not going to bother moving characters forward. If it means less XP from the bosses, it means less XP from the bosses. It's just too fiddly having to move them around and stuff like that. All right, we're already at level 21. And at some point we should check our mailbox just to see roughly how many of and Jandis I just like to take out with Touch of Death because of the fact that then I don't need to worry about her having her like that the phase she has where she spawns a bunch of clones, because that just ends up taking more time. I mean, I'm honestly at the point, I think speed-wise and damage-wise, where I probably don't need to line of sight these guys. I can probably just kill them where they stand. It does make looting them a bit easier, but I guess we've got to waste time here for the RP anyway, so what else do we have to do? Especially if we're not moving the characters forward. There's not really anything super urgent that we need to get done. We can scrap, I suppose. It's always time to scrap. I find it really annoying when it bugs out and doesn't let me... Can I cast while scrapping? Boom. Done. On to the next one. Alright, and I didn't get the pull quite right last time. Let's try it again here. There we go. That should pull the entire room, if I'm not mistaken. All right, let's start the RP here, and then line of sight these buggers down here. There probably is an opportunity to Chi-Ji somewhere in this dungeon. I haven't figured out where though. But hey, at least in return for it being such a long dungeon and such an obnoxious dungeon, relatively speaking, compared to how simple something like Temple of the Jade Serpent is, you do get 5 bosses worth of XP tokens. So it is a little bit more efficient in that, from that perspective. We're at 23. I think we may take a break at level 25 to run Mogushan Vaults. A, to break up the monotony of running the dungeons, but also because we ideally want the 42% bonus experience that we'll get from running normal mode Mogushan Vaults on our cloak as soon as possible, right? And I have considered for my alliance character using something other than a monk to boost, like a demon hunter. I know a lot of people use the demon hunters because of the speed and they can clip through walls in certain places. I always feel a bit weird about like clipping through walls and that kind of thing. That does seem a little sussy to me. So I tend to try and avoid things like that. I'm also not as comfortable playing a demon hunter as I am playing a monk. So yeah, but let me know in the comments or in chat if you guys would be interested in seeing me do all of this with an alliance demon hunter. And with any luck, if we hit 25 at the end of this dungeon, then I think we're in fairly decent time. I don't know. I need to swap over to one of the other characters to see what our slash plate is looking like at that point. I don't think it could be all that much, right? 39 minutes. Yeah, so not the most efficient. I thought we would be a little bit further along, but I think that last boss should get us to 25. And then it comes down to just how long it takes us to fill a group for Mogushan Vault. It's 5:49 a.m. server time. So I'm a little bit skeptical that we'll be able to fill a group or get a whole bunch of 476s, but it's Mogushan Vault. It's not that difficult. It shouldn't take, like, worst case scenario, I think it should take about 20 or 30 minutes. I say that though, and I am worried that I'm jinxing myself because We have had some pretty bad Mogushan Vaults groups over the time. Sorry again, I'm gonna have to mute for a second. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Sorry again, I'm gonna have to mute for a second. Boom. Okay, looks like that didn't take them up to 25. So we'll run another dungeon and then we'll do Mogushan Vaults. All right. I think I'm just gonna try muting whenever I'm chewing. Seems like a good practice to get in the habit of. I think once this boss is done, we should already be level 25, but we'll finish out the dungeon, why not? Or not. We're out of cooldowns to pop. And Chi-Ji we save for after this boss. I usually would have popped Chi-Ji right away, but I'm in the mood to take out these mobs before we do so. Alright, screw it. Let's pop Chi-Ji and let's get this over and done with. Six minutes? How are we at 6 minutes in Scarlet Halls? Did it not? I have to believe that the timer here didn't reset or something weird like that happened. Because there's no way it took us 6 minutes to get through Scarlet Halls. It's a 3-boss dungeon. It's literally like all on a line. All right, so we're 25 on the other accounts. Let's go ahead and leave the instance group. And we're going to have our monk exit the group. And there we go. We've got our Noswin's Bazaar coupon available to us. Let's pick that up and port over to the Noswin's Bazaar. I think we need to do a different quest in order to get into the same phase. But it doesn't really matter because it's not like we can trade or anything anyway. Alright, let's leave party and let's start forming a group for Mogushan Vaults, and hopefully it doesn't take us too long. I know fewer players are playing playing the remix now than usual, and also the crazy timing that we're at is also not great. But hey, it is what it is. All right, we have that quest complete. Why don't we have? Why didn't we have the raid quest on this character? Anyways, let's go ahead and start a group. Ooh, it looks like I'm running low on storage space, which is a problem because of the fact that I'm recording. All right, let's take a quick break right here, just while I figure out the storage space situation as well, and while we wait for the queue to fill. Alright, we are back. Not only do we have our group filled, we got a 476er, and we freed up some hard drive space so that we don't have too many issues with oh geez, I think I know the problem. I've been running dungeons on normal mode instead of heroic. Jeez. Okay, that's why it took us so much longer. Good God. Oh my God. None of these speed runs ever go right. One day, I promise that we will actually make it happen and have things go our way. Jeez. Okay, so that sucks. No two ways about it. That really sucks. And we, well, I mean, to make up for it, we got a second 476. So at least this raid shouldn't take too long. If all goes well. I think we should be able to loot these fellers over here. The only thing we need to make sure that we do is to manually loot the bosses and pick up the bonus experience thread. Well, okay, so that sort of devalues this run a little bit, if we're being honest, because ideally we would have been running those dungeons on heroic and getting through a lot quicker. Yeah, this is what happens every time I try and speed through things. I end up missing something important, and then we end up in a situation like this. So, hey, yet again, is it an troll stream if I don't get anything wrong? If we don't have multiple things go wrong, why do I not? There we go. Freaked me out for a second. I thought they weren't dropping the infinite threads of experience or something weird like that. Yeah, so each of these bosses drop a 12% bonus experience to cloak thread. Unknowingly, I looted it on this guy before this one, and so we're a little bit ahead in terms of experience, but hey, it is what it is. And we're going to need to pick up the pace here because this group is going to outrun us pretty quick, it looks like. Infinite thread. Infinite thread. You know what? We will loot a couple. When we have the option to get both of their cloaks looking the same, we will loot, given that we already wasted a bunch of time by not having the freaking not having the dungeon finder set to heroic. Oh my God, I cannot believe how much of a moron I am. If you're watching in chat, let me know what your thoughts are on this matter. Jeez. Oh well, it is what it is. I'm just happy we were able to get 2 level 476s at 6 a.m. server time. So at least we know that the Mokshan Vault run is going to be pretty brisk. Okay, that's kind of yeah, that kind of messes us up a little bit because the the add-ons and the weak auras that I use to track if we have enough tokens only count heroic tokens and not the normal mode tokens. So we won't have a great gauge of how close we are um, to the end, I guess. Like whether we have enough tokens in the mailbox or not to power level all the way to 70, like to slingshot us to 70, which is not super great. But hey, it is what it is. You live and you learn. It's just a whole bunch of time I can't get back, and I need to make my peace with that. You'd think, I mean, this is my fourth round of characters that I'm leveling, I think, through Remix, so you'd think that I'd have it more down pat. But hey, it is what it is. Let's go ahead and start equipping some of these. We are in combat, so we can't equip things other than our weapon, presumably. And the goal here is to not die. Have we not looted any weapons on this character? What's the thing? More than actually equipping items for survivability, ideally we want any speed that we can get as well. And if we really wanted to take the time and the effort, we would also open up those handy little chests that we've received along the way. We can probably start adding in tinkers as well. I don't think it should make too much of a difference one way or the other. Ah well, we'll get them next time. It would be crazy though if this becomes the run that we actually hit that 2-hour threshold for. Like if this ends up being the run and during which we're actually under 2 hours to 70. I don't think it will be because of the fact that we're already an hour in and we're still at level 25. And also because of the fact that we don't, like our mailbox is only full of the green experience tokens instead of the blue heroic ones. Yeah, that sucks. There's no other way to put it. Actually, he's just gonna camp these characters right here by the loot chest. Now my worry is that if we open up all of these Cache of Infinite Treasures, our bags are gonna get full and then we're gonna have to scrap somewhere along the way. We haven't looted a helm or boots with a slot on this character, I guess. I think a shoulder piece would be nice. Oh, we looted 2 of the same shoulders. Oh, I need a shield. Did we loot a shield? I don't think we looted a shield yet. Funnily enough, so this character has looted a meta gem, but hasn't looted a helm. Whereas this character has both of the slots unlocked, but hasn't looted a suitable thingamabobber. We're running a warrior with a staff. All right, I think a two-handed sword just seems like a better call for RP purposes, if nothing else. Oh my god, one of these days I will get this right. But apparently today is not that day. Oh well, hopefully anyone watching this either live or on the video on demand will learn from my mistakes and not make the same mistake. We need to go purchase bag slots as well at the bank once we level these characters up. I'm gonna make sure I do that. Alright, so we're waiting outside the room. And then we will go in, loot our bonus experience thread. And then we can go one of two ways, to be honest. I think we will need to probably level till about... Well, we will need to push a bit further than we would otherwise, because of the fact that we don't have the heroic bronze tokens. Now, I'm in two minds as to whether it makes sense for us to try and run. Although, I was going to say at level 35 if we should run a normal Heart of Fear. The issue with that is the new method that we want to try is is in Heart of Fear, so we can't like risk the lockout, if that makes sense. Oh no, that's not good. That is not good. Let's just try running away from it and hopefully it resets or something. Okay, there we go. We drop combat. Now, two problems. A, I forgot to set my Hearthstone. So we don't have a Nostwin's voucher either. I don't think. And we didn't buy one from the Infinite Bazaar because we are foolish. All right, let's just Hearth and see where that takes us, and then we'll figure it out from there. We need to get back into heroic. Well, not back into. We need to get into heroic dungeons now. So that's definitely next up on our list as well. Doesn't really matter which Hearthstone we use, I suppose. Let's add them to our toolbar, though. Oh, and we're not in a guild, so we don't have the like reduce cooldown on the Hearthstone. Dang it, yeah. Yeah, yep. Fair enough. On the upside, we got some extra bronze, I suppose, which is kind of a silver lining in some way, I suppose. Oh, I'm annoyed with myself right now. What does Horus sell? Nothing of use. I wish to see your weapons. No, I don't need a weapon. I need a Nostwin's Bazaar token thing. I mean, strictly speaking, it doesn't really matter because we're just gonna be queuing up for dungeons anyway. Oh, we need to add our booster here. Let's pass lead. Let's actually queue up for heroics this time. Jeez. Amateur hour. Amateur hour. We got the bronze prono. We got like 50 bonus bronze for doing our first normal dungeon of the day, I suppose. So, silver lining, I suppose. All right, at least having. Hopefully, we get a bunch of Sholomances, and then that makes up for the heroic dungeon tokens that we're missing already. Makes it a bit easier for us to stack those. I need to figure out how many experience tokens I have in all, though, because presumably someone somewhere has jotted down how much experience you get, like what the equivalent rate of the normal dungeon mode tokens are relative to the heroic dungeons. Although maybe not, because anyone who's power leveling would just run the heroic dungeons. They're cakewalks as it is. All right, let's see if we can pick up the pace a bit here. Let's not waste time messing around. And if you are watching live on Twitch or YouTube, first of all, thank you for watching. Second of all, drop something in chat. Let me know what's up. All right, I think we're done with the RP. Is there anything else to loot in here? No, I think there's probably some trash out there that we can loot, but I don't think I can be bothered. I'm pretty disheartened right now. I'm not gonna lie. Because yet again, we've had yet another speedrun attempt. Although this time it wasn't a technical issue at all. It was just me being a moron. Why are they all pulling back to this guy here? Alright, let's loot the chest. Fairly certain I could do this in my sleep at this point. I think we looked at the number of dungeons that we've run on this monk alone. Never mind all the other time we've spent in remix on my main or on on other characters. This character alone has been through like 150 dungeons or something ridiculous like that. It may be less than that. I feel read as I said it, I felt like I was overstating that. Let's come into statistics, and this is gonna lag for a second because it always does. 146, yeah, 146 5-player dungeons, which is ridiculous, right? Strangely enough, though, it does say that that the Pandaria dungeons completed and Pandaria dungeons bosses defeated. I wonder if that's including normal modes, maybe. Shoved out. Does it have a total counter here? I love that like seconds after saying that I wasn't going to waste any more time, I'm already back doing nonsense. All right. One sec, gang. Just going to fix my AC. Okay, and we're back, and we're doing more heroics. Or actually doing heroics this time around. Let's see, though. The stream has been going on for a while. I am tempted to say that we finish off this run on tomorrow's stream and then do another round of runs. Or we may do beta stuff on tomorrow's stream. Let me know in the comments or chat what you guys want to see. I feel like Monday in retail, Wednesday in remix, and Fridays on the betas. Probably a good variety of different stuff that we're doing, but again, it's really entirely dependent on what you guys want to see. So let me know in the comments or chat or heck on any of the social media. There's Twitch, there's YouTube, there's TikTok, there's Instagram, there's Twitter. I think we're setting up a Threads account. There's Facebook. What am I missing? I'm sure there's another platform that you guys could reach out to me on that I'm not thinking about right now. I have considered setting up a Discord actually, because a couple of people have told me in chat that they would like to have that it may be handy to have a Discord, especially for things like trade skill master groups and for auctionator groups and stuff. I have actually put together a couple of those for you guys that I haven't figured out the most effective way to like communicate, like to share them with y'all. And I feel like having a chat bot with the links isn't probably the best way to go about it. Like while I can do that, I feel like there must be a more efficient way to communicate things on a recurring basis. But let me know if you guys would be interested in a Discord, and I'll go ahead and get that set up. Alright, we need to take him out before he charges anyone, because that's how we bug the encounter. Boom, done. Alright, let's do another heroic. Because there is a part of me that's tempted to just... How long have we been streaming? Jeez. Where is OBS? Oh, there we go. Yeah, we've been streaming for 4 hours and 10 minutes, and we're at level 27. So I should probably take a break at some point. We'll see how we're going. We may see if we can, if we get these characters to level 35, then we can at least try out the new method. Though the numbers are all wonky if I don't have heroic dungeon tokens. Yeah, because I'm not going to know precisely when to cut off. Like when to stop with the heroics and to move on to Heart of Fear. Because my worry is less that we're going to my worry is less that we're going to have I forgot what I was saying. This is the other reason why it's probably a good call to end the stream pretty soon, because I am starting to fade, and heaven forbid this stream become any more boring than it already has been at certain points, or maybe not. I don't know. It's hard to figure that out when if no one's chatting. So please, if you are watching, drop a chat message. Let me know. Dang it. I mean, going back to Mists, you want to take out as many of these monkeys as possible because they all give experience. Oh, wow. Did I lock myself out of the boss? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Hopefully they can... Are they about to two-man the boss? Oh, God, okay. That's probably going to take a little bit of time. Oh, my God. Yeah. Yeah. I think we are gonna have to call it potentially even sooner than we planned, because I'll probably try and figure out what the equivalent amount of tokens is. All right, they've got the boss to 50%, so I'm gonna take a quick break and then we'll while they're DPSing this boss down. Alright, and we're back. So the boss is finally down, and what do you call it? Yeah, I love that we've gotten lucky and not had Stormstout Brewery once so far. Though I think that's also because Stormstout Brewery is like I don't think you can get it at level 10. I think it's like level 20 onwards is when you get Stormstout Brewery, so that may be why we didn't see it much earlier. But that aside, I love that I was talking about how it's the worst of the dungeons to get because of the RP, and sure enough, I locked myself out of the boss, making it take even more time. So I wonder if me just being quiet on stream and not saying anything would be more effective. Let me know in chat or in the comments if you want me to just stream in silence without having to hear my annoying voice. Jeez. All right. Let's loot. Dang it, we missed one. I mean, theoretically, we could test this out ourselves by opening one of the dungeon bonus tokens and then one of the heroic dungeon tokens, and we'll burn a token on each, but at least we'll know how we're trending. All right, let's go ahead and leave the instance group. We are level 30. We need level 35 for Heart of Fear. Yeah, we're also on the Timeless Isle, which is not great, but luckily we have this handy dandy portal to Honeydew Village, so we can use that. We can't well, I was gonna say we should probably grab the flight point here so that we can come back to the Timeless Isle easier later on, but realistically we're not going to bother coming back to the Timeless Isle on these characters because we're not planning on messing with them too much until like the pre-patch in any case. So all right, let's pick up some Noswin's vouchers. Again, bronze isn't too much of a concern, just in case we get lost again. Or you know what, let's just pop the Noswin's vouchers right now, and that'll just then take us to where we need to go, and we don't need to bother flying. Tian Monastery, yeah, perfect. All right, we are gonna do this little test. All right, so we have 11 heroic tokens, and we have 6 raid tokens. The problem is we don't know how many. A, we don't know how many, and then B, we don't know how much, like how the what do you call it? How much these green tokens give us. Oh, what problems we have. Yeah, we're at an hour and 26 minutes and we're level 30, so we're definitely not going to be level 70 by the time we hit the 2-hour mark. And it's also clear that my brain is not working as well as it would have been probably earlier in the stream. Now, what my initial thoughts are is that I do have a character that we are planning on just getting rid of, who's stuck at level 17, I think. This one. Let's see if we've done any normal dungeons. Otherwise, we may run a quick normal dungeon just to see what amount of experience. Is it half the experience of a blue token, or is it like a third, or is it like 3/4? And we can use that to figure out how much of a difference this whole little kerfuffle is going to make in the grand scheme of things, in us getting to level 70. I think that's probably the best move. It means running one more normal. It may mean running one more normal dungeon, but at least then we have a bit of clarity on what's going on. We also did end up, I mean, by locking these characters out, we also ended up resetting the freaking what do you call it? The speed run timer thing that we had, which I didn't realize until after I logged out. But hey, like I said, I think I think we can give up on the idea of the speed run. All right, so we have about 3,746 bronze on this character. We're planning on deleting this guy anyway, so it's not the end of the world. We'll scrap everything and we'll try and see if we can pick up another well, no, we don't have any heroic sets left. We'll see if we can pick up any of the if we can pick up another like raid set and be done with it. So these are the blue bonus experiences. I think we will need to run a normal mode dungeon. Let's invite what's the name of this guy? Vidri. Oh dang it, I caught well, okay. I was gonna say that I intended to no, Vidri is not the lead. We've got to uninvite these two so that we can queue up for a normal mode dungeon, and we got to make sure that we swap it back to a heroic dungeon so that we don't end up running a bunch more normal dungeons when we're back, because that would not be great. No, I wanted to call. I really like the name Warev, which was suggested by the thing, and so I really wanted to call my warrior Warev, and I forgot about that when I was creating the character. Meh. It is what it is. It's not the end of the world. We'll live. All right, I think we do have the best gear equipped. Not that we care, because literally all we're going to do is run this normal mode dungeon, figure out how the bonus experience tokens compare, and then we're going to spend the bronze and delete that character. Wow. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, if you don't have a healer in queue, if you don't have a healer when you're queuing up, your queues do end up taking a lot longer. Now, I am wondering if I should just queue as a healer on this guy and a tank on that guy, and then we can just respec once we're inside the like a normal mode dungeon in any case. And ideally, realistically, we could just actually kill one boss and then abandon the dungeon, but we will get the deserter debuff, which is not a huge deal if we're ending the stream anyway, which I think we probably should do. Given how many things are going wrong at this point. All right, let's add all of the different category things, and I think we wanted to add tank on here for the instant queue. Yeah, let's add tank on here. Boom. There we go. There's the instant queue. But of course, we have someone delaying the ready check. It's always the DPS. Oh, and I suppose on this character we can go ahead and turn in the dungeon finder queue, because the threads will benefit us. And we might as well go ahead and open up the bronze caches as well. And all of these. I do always feel a little weird as like a healer or DPS just like charging through, but to be fair, I'm also queued up as tank, so it's not like I'm gonna be annoying like an actual tank. It's just I'm both the healer and the tank. So if anyone was hoping for heals, they're kind of out of luck, but why am I bothering to loot? Jeez. All right. Luckily, it's this one, whichever Scarlet dungeon this is, which is always super quick. So we don't need to get the deserter debuff unless we really want to. I don't know why I'm pulling more trash. I'm planning on deleting that character in any case. The goal here is just to get the bosses down as quickly as possible so we can... The goal was actually already accomplished once we got the first boss down. It's just, it's worth spending an extra minute to avoid the deserter debuff if in case we find out that actually we haven't messed up too badly. Though I wouldn't be surprised if normal dungeons gave like half or less than half experience versus the heroic versions. That does seem like it very much could be the case. In which case we'll finish off our remix leveling tomorrow. I think 4 hours is around 4 hours is generally the sweet spot for me on when it comes to streaming. So after that, things start to fall apart, as you guys can see. All right. Although arguably the mistake in this case happened like 2 hours into the stream, so don't know if I can use that as too much of an excuse. Let's move this fellow up to our remix section. All right, so we might as well open up all the threads and if we got any boxes or anything. Not going to make much of a difference either way because we're planning on deleting this character. But what we need to compare now is how much bonus experience do we get from a green item and how much bonus experience do we get from a blue item. All right, so we are at 10,484 and that gave us 4,723. 4,723. And that gives 5,929. So not a world of difference, actually. I probably should have written those down. Luckily, we have extra tokens, so we can do that anyway. 6231. Although I wonder if being at the start of the level or at the end of the level makes much of a difference. Unfortunately, we only have two well. All right, let's see if we can... Oh, we would have been able to do it right then. All right, now. Within level 19, a green token gives us 5,326. That was the green token. And now let's test out a blue token. And that gave us 6,633. So around 80%. So if we needed 42 heroic tokens, which is what supposedly we would have needed, we now need 52. So that's like 3 more heroic dungeons that we need to run, which isn't too bad. Of course, the math doesn't check out on that because we have a mixture of heroic and non-heroic tokens, so I will need to do the math offline. But I'll probably do that off stream because my brain is not working well enough to do math right now. That said, we have enough bronze on this character now to be able to whatchamacallit, buy something, as well as I think we're probably just going to delete this character because we're at level 19, but I've already started opening up tokens and I don't really have like a leveling buddy to level this character with. Presumably I could have actually done that solo boost thing, but honestly getting to level 17 if you're using heroic dungeons and not normal dungeons is so quick that we're not going to bother. Yeah. Jeez, just one of these speed runs, I want them to go right. Today clearly wasn't the day. We will probably do another round of speed runs, maybe next Wednesday. Maybe every Wednesday we'll try and level up some characters and test out different things. I think we've already figured out a couple of optimizations and ways of getting things a bit more efficient. Yeah, we don't need to bother with the threads. I am gonna go and scrap everything. Strip this character as well while we're at it, because we are just gonna go ahead and delete this Death Knight. I don't need another Nightborn Death Knight, and if I do, I will just level a new one. Yeah, I guess I'll keep the stream online while I'm doing this stuff, but then we will call it. Oh, and I guess to complete the Gems of Power, well, let's go turn in that. Let's go turn in this dungeon quest and take our threads and our bronze and our chest thingamabobber. We need something with a socket on it in order to complete that quest, and I don't think it can be a tinker socket. I think we need like a chest piece, or do we literally not have a prismatic socket? Okay, that should work. And what did we need to put into it? Chip Deadly Sapphire. All right, so that quest is done. We need to, so we can go ahead and scrap things now. Let's start off with the item that we need for the quest. Boom, 20 bronze. That'll make a world of difference to us. As we all know, let's go ahead and just scrap all of this nonsense. And okay, all these characters are at Shrine. I think Mozik is literally the only character that's still here. Because either I want to trade, I might as well trade the gems and like the consumables off of this character onto another character. Oh no, I just realized it may not let me delete the character because we have unread mail. If we have any tinkers in the mail, I can't delete this character until Remix is over, or until the mail deletes itself, which is, I guess, 28 days or 30 days or whatever. Oh Lord. Okay, that mail is empty. Let's just go ahead and delete these mails. We got lucky and we didn't get any duplicate tinkers. Otherwise, that usually keeps us from being able to delete characters. So annoyingly, we're at 5,545 bronze, which means we can pick up one of the thingamabobbers, is the technical name for it, but we can pick up one ensemble, and then we have 500 bronze left over, and I don't think there's anything we can get for 500 bronze. I think the cheapest things that this has is 750 bronze. And I don't think destroying all of the gems either would really get us anywhere significant with that, but let's take a shot at it, shall we? And we're just going to combine the gems first because, like I was saying, it's just easier to scrap them once they're combined. It's fewer button presses. Oh wow, we even got an epic gem. Okay, that was enough actually to push us to being able to buy another set, and let's see just how far we go, because then maybe we can pick up one of those 1250. And I think that's literally, we've now scrapped absolutely everything that we can possibly scrap, which leaves us at 5,945. Probably a way I can min-max that as well, but I'm too tired to try and sort that out. We have to scrap on this guy as well, And we also need to start spending some of this bronze here. We also need to combine gems. Jeez, look at that. All right, first things first, no, we already have all these sets. Why are they still purchasable is what I don't get. Um, in any case, let's try and identify a 5,000. Is the LFR guy outside? Although I suppose we need the normal mode, uh, the normal raid gear first. I think we should do that first before we move to Raid Finder. All right, which set shall we buy from the normal raid apparel vendor, Durus? Which one are we like nowhere near completing? What class is this for? Well, luckily we can use the ensemble even though we can't transmog any of this stuff because of the fact that we're not level 35, which is kind of goofy in and of itself. All right, looks like this is the hunter set. I suppose we could do that because we're not planning on running any more hunters. I think this is also a hunter set. I just need to find a piece that mentions that it's for hunters. Well, between those two, I kind of like this one more. I don't know if I'd ever actually mog any of these, but Paladin. Ooh, this is pretty sick looking. All right, let's do this. Ensemble battle plate of resounding rings. And of course, there's two of them. There's the OG one and there's the Remix Pandaria one. Let's get this one since I don't know why we're spending so much time on this. We're gonna unlock everything anyway. Let's pop over to the World Apparel, and we have 945, so we can use that to buy one of the 750 sets. Lara Treebender. I do wish I could sort these by price or something. Spirit Guards Warplane. This all looks terrible. This all looks god awful. All right, I suppose this is like a degree better looking. It does annoy me that it's called the Jade Guardian set and they don't have a single green recolor for it. How is it Jade? Of these, I mean, this suits my skin tone the best, but those are 2,000, so pointless. I mean, to be fair, these are the cheapest sets, so they are gonna look like crap. All right, let's just get that. Are any of the 750 ones remix exclusive? I guess not. All right, let's do that one instead. Trail Seekers. I think we can basically pick up any of these four. Yeah, we don't have any of them. Ideally, we want this one, this green one. Not that one. This one, I guess, right? Yeah, this is the one that we have none of the appearances unlocked for. All right. Interesting stuff. So let's do a quick recap. So it's been a super long stream today. Thank you to everyone who watched live. Thank you to you if you're watching the video on demand. And one second, is there anything else I need to do on this character? Can we log out and delete him? I don't know. We'll figure that out in a second. Let's pose our character here while I do my outro. This bridge is as good a place as any, I suppose. You know what? Let's hop on our Autok mount. Since we were talking about it earlier. This bad boy. All right, let's see if we can't. All right, so thank you everyone who's watching live. Thank you to anyone who's watching the video on demand. I am gonna end the stream here. So of course we started off with going through our banks, like through our banker characters auctions. We saw that we made more than a token's worth of gold in the past 3 or 4 days with the PvP gear and with the artisan's metal crafts that we covered on Monday's stream as well as some streams last week. So main takeaway from that I would say is that look, there's still a bunch of gold that you can make in Dragonflight. I'm doing it on a high pop server. If you're playing on a medium or low pop server, not even a high pop server, I'm playing on a full realm. So you probably have a much better chance of being able to make even more gold than I did. I also play on super off-peak hours, so it is sort of the worst case scenario. You can only do better than that, realistically speaking. That aside, let me go ahead and exit out these other games. I feel like the stream may be lagging a bit, just because of how many characters we have. Like, yeah. In any case, okay, let me take it out of that. Seems like my GPU is really going through it. Let's quit out that, and hopefully the stream becomes a little bit smoother after that. In any case, the point is, the first thing we did was we saw the auctions that we sold. We made a bunch of gold off of all of that. We then spent a whole bunch of bronze on all of the mythic appearances, all of the heroic appearances, and then we upgraded our character to full 556 max eye level possible during the remix, and we attempted to solo a heroic dungeon, which also didn't go super well, to be honest. That's sort of why we abandoned it midway through, because I could not be bothered to figure out the mechanics, and we didn't need any more bronze. But if you guys do want to see me, like if you guys did enjoy seeing me get my butt kicked by a challenge that I should have easily been able to overcome, let me know in the comments or in the chat, and I'll be happy to do that on the next stream, and we can we can have more content of me failing. Then we started leveling up, we started leveling up more alts for the War Within. As I said, alt armies are going to be insanely valuable, not only for crafting, but also not only for directly crafting and for cooldowns and things like that, but also because of the fact that the artisan security you get is going to be super useful to have on other characters. And so, yeah. hopefully out of all that, some of it was of use to you guys, and with that,